We have 5 board members and several staff joining the meeting today in person. In order to maintain a safe capacity in this room, only 5 board members, limited staff, and TV crew can gather here. Therefore, our other board members and other MCPS have joined us remotely. Board members will continue to rotate so that those who join us by Zoom today will have the opportunity to join us in person on May 25th. Our meeting is being live streamed on the website and MCPS TV. We also have provided a telephone number for the public to join the meeting that way as well. Although some of us are in person today, live public comments are still suspended. Now let us begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I will call the roll now to recognize board members joining us here in person and on Zoom. Starting with our board members on Zoom, Ms. O'Neill. You're on mute.
Good afternoon. I'm joining you by Zoom.
Thank you. Ms. Harris.
Good afternoon, everybody.
Dr. Daka.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Mandrowski.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone.
Ms. Silvestri.
Afternoon, I'm here.
Mr. Asante.
Good afternoon.
And I'm Brenda Wolf. We are also joined by Dr. McKnight, who is serving as acting superintendent today, while Dr. Smith is on leave and MCPS staff. We also have board staff here in the room. Now can we begin with the approval of the agenda?
I move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. We'll now go to item 3, Human Resources and Development. Dr. McKnight.
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. Good afternoon, board members. Today we bring forward approval of the monthly Human Resources and Development Report.
Move.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Dr. McKnight.
Thank you so much. So at this time, Ms. Wolf, we will begin with appointments for today. Our first appointment up we have is Dr. Helen Nixon. Dr. Helen Nixon is being presented as the Chief of Human Resources and Development. Dr. Nixon has been employed with Montgomery County Public Schools for the past 11 months as Associate Superintendent of Human Resources and Development. She returned to MCPS after having served as Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources at Fairfax County Public Schools for 2 years. Dr. Nixon previously worked for MCPS for 15 years as a teacher, staff development teacher, coordinator, and assistant to the Associate Superintendent of Human Resources and Development. Dr. Nixon is excited to continue leading the Office of Human Resources and Development and looks forward to continuing serving MCPS.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
It was nice to have Dr. Nixon here in person today, so congratulations to her. Next up, our next appointment is Ms. Heather Carias as the supervisor for the Thomas Edison High School of Technology. Ms. Carias has been employed with Montgomery County Public Schools for 16 years as a teacher, academy leader, program coordinator, assistant school administrator, assistant principal, and most recently as a principal intern at Thomas Edison High School of Technology. Ms. Carias looks forward to providing all students at Thomas Edison High School of Technology with an education that promotes employability and academic advancement toward college and career readiness.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Okay, up next, we have Mrs. Kiera D. Butler, principal of Newport Mill Middle School. Mrs. Butler has been employed with MCPS for 17 years as a paraeducator, substitute teacher, counselor, assistant school administrator, assistant principal, principal intern, and most recently as assistant principal of Newport Mill Middle School. Mrs. Butler looks forward to transitioning to the role of principal to support the thriving community that is Newport Mill Middle School.
Move approval. Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
Very good. And then our last appointment for today is Miss Megan H. Murphy, principal of Sequoia Elementary School. Mrs. Murphy has been employed with MCPS for 13 years as a teacher, assistant principal, principal intern, and most recently as principal at Seven Locks Elementary School. Mrs. Murphy looks forward to joining the Sequoia Elementary School community to support the mission of providing a rigorous instructional program for all students.
Move approval. Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous.
And President Wolf, if I may just make a few comments. Is that okay?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Thank you, President Wolf. Today, I just wanted to point out that we were able to appoint Dr. Helen Nixon as the Chief of Human Resources and Development here at our board meeting. And she has been instrumental and will continue to be instrumental in coordinating the hiring of additional staff in the system. And I speak specifically about the additional chief positions that will be coming forward. At the May 25th board meeting, I will be recommending members of my leadership team for appointment to the Board of Education. The Board of Education and I are committed to opening schools in person for 5 days a week for all of our students, which we are all looking forward to in the fall. And based on that, we have experienced and learned throughout this pandemic that we have very complex and diverse needs for our students that we have to address that is associated by the needs of the pandemic and some needs that existed prior to the pandemic. And that continues to be our focus. Some of these needs were exacerbated by the pandemic, and these needs are the very needs that reflect the system's priorities and work moving forward. And they're organized in the categories that we have continued to talk about: mitigating learning disruption, focus on our most poverty impacted schools, the well-being of students and staff, and then digital learning and support, which is becoming the cornerstone of operation for our system over the past year and more. Embedded across these priorities are the foundational areas of human resources, operations, and budget and policy. You will hear more about these student-driven priorities at the May 25th Board of Education meeting, but I would like to say that our students need and drive these areas of priority that will shape the organizational structures that are needed now and in the future following the pandemic. The organizational vision embraces what we have learned in the area of COVID-19 to formalize a new frontier of schooling that will position MCPS to seize future opportunities and remain resilient in the face of upcoming challenges. So the organizational structure seeks to minimize organizational disruption without sacrificing students, schools, and staff's short-term success. And in order to adequately prepare for next year, the leaders must be in place by June 1st as I transition into the role of acting and interim superintendent of schools. This structure must always reflect the evolving needs and opportunities in front of us while remaining nimble as we accommodate any changes we anticipate or uncover through, post, and out of the pandemic. I look forward to recommending the following executive leaders to the Board of Education at the next board meeting: General Counsel, the Chief of the Office of Teaching and Learning, Chief of Finance and Operations, and the Deputy Superintendent position will no longer exist. However, the two positions that will exist are the Chief of Strategic Initiatives and the Chief of District-wide Supports and Services in our school district. And in closing, I just think it's important to reemphasize that our organization structure within the school system for next year is based upon the opportunities that are in front of us and our investment together in the success of our students and our staff and our community to be the best that we can for our students coming through and out of this pandemic. So I just wanted to share that with the board, as it was today, appointing Dr. Nixon was the first point in that direction. And I appreciate the board and your commitment to making sure that we are preparing for these priorities for our students this summer and the fall, most importantly, because they have been waiting and wanting, and we look forward to being able to serve them in the way that we know best meet their needs. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We're up to item 4. You have a recognition, Dr. McKnight.
Yes. So for item 4, today I bring to you a resolution on People Personnel Worker Week. The week of May 10th through the 14th, 2021 has been designated as People Personnel Worker Week to recognize people personnel workers for understanding that each student and family has strengths and unique needs, particularly in the light of COVID-19 pandemic, and is therefore deserving of targeted support and intervention and should have the opportunity to experience positive physical, social, and psychological well-being in order to be successful in college, career, and community. People personnel workers as consultants to school staff members are uniquely qualified to assure the rights and responsibilities of students and families and to advise staff members on the appropriate application of federal, state, and local policies and regulations. And it is appropriate that Montgomery County Public Schools recognize the critical role of people personnel workers and the role that they play in ongoing implementation and evolution of student well-being teams. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Montgomery County Board of Education hereby proclaim May 10th to the 14th, 2021 as People Personnel Worker Week in Montgomery County Public Schools.
Move approval. Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. We now come to public comments. And before I do, I'd like to note that our board member, Ms. Evans, is away today with a family medical leave issue and will not be able to join us at all. Okay. Although we're conducting this meeting in person, live public comments remain suspended, and we will continue to accept written, video, and audio testimony until further notice. Public comments is one of our opportunities to hear the views and receive the advice of community members. Board members will take your comments into consideration, but it is not our practice to take action at this time on issues that are raised. We encourage public input on policy, program, and practices. This is not the proper avenue to address specific student or employee matters, so we encourage everyone to utilize existing avenues of redress for complaints. Please check our website for information about upcoming board meetings, hearings, and work sessions, including any changes to our meeting start times. We received 3 written testimonies for today. You may view the written testimonies in full on board docs where they are posted with the other materials for this meeting. Here is a summary of the written testimonies submitted for today's meeting. Isabella Long. Isabella Long shares her experiences as a 10th grade student who lives with what she refers to as an invisible disability. She advocates for improved teacher training and equitable educational experiences for students whose disabilities are not always readily apparent or traditional. Ken McNulty. Mr. McNulty is an MCPS parent who calls for the board to vote on the elimination of AB rotations immediately and asks the board to expressly delineate plans for full-time in the fall, which should be 5 days a week in the classroom with a teacher and without Zoom or asynchronous days. Fania Yangarber. Ms. Yangarber is the Executive Director of Healthy School Food Maryland. She thanks the board for postponing the vote to enact new policy JPH, School Food and Nutrition Services Programs. She explains that Healthy Food Maryland does not support the use of alternative meals to mitigate school meal debt. She advocates for a board policy that will focus on equitable progress in school meal quality standards for pandemic recovery and sustained student well-being. We received 1 audio testimony submitted by Sabrina Dodd McMillan. Please play the audio.
The NAACP Parents Council appreciates being a part of planning for summer school. A number of our members have reported the same concerns. The plans, though well-intentioned, will reinforce racial inequalities. You may ask, how can that be? MCPS is deliberate about the use of a racial equity lens. Our answer is a racial equity lens is much like an environmental impact analysis. Without identification of desired outcomes, measurements to confirm whether strategies are effective, and feedback from constituents, you have no basis for changing the status quo. You can see what I am talking about by comparing the 5-step MCPS racial equity lens with the 10-step racial equity impact assessment toolkit on which it is based. Shortly, you will be allocating funds. Unfortunately, it is our view summer school as planned will result in historic patterns of underachievement. I appreciate what makes a racial equity lens effective may seem abstract. I hope you have time to view the Changing the Lights video to see how a lens is employed effectively. We ask MCPS to take the time to use the process fully. When you do so, we believe cultural competency and student success will be inherent in the plans.
My name is Monique Mercado. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony.
Next is Monique Mercado.
In the plans.
Second grader, and even equity hubs during the summer. My name is Monique Mercado. Thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony today. I am here to plead with you for the continuation of the equity hubs during the summer months and even into the 21-22 school year. I am a proud Latina mother of a kindergartner and a second grader, and even a proud MCPS graduate. I am honored to be speaking on behalf of the Black and Brown Coalition and my community. Since November 2020, while being back in school, the equity hubs are necessary to fill in the time gaps. My children were not engaged or socializing with teachers or friends. My kindergartner's first school experience was navigating kids in a little Brady Bunch boxes. It wasn't until they were able to attend in person that they interacted with their friends and teachers. My son has an IEP and needs breaks every 30 minutes. The equity hub was able to accommodate. I also learned that teleworking isn't as glamorous as I had always dreamed it would be. Trying to manage a household, keep them engaged in school, and working has taken a toll on parents that no one could have ever prepared us for. We are the lucky ones. Having the opportunity to be a part of a program that I would never be able to afford normally made me feel like I could finally breathe. The Equity Hub provided my children the opportunity to socialize and to thrive. They also provided quality care for all children without the feeling of inequality. During a crazy time, the Black and Brown Coalition worked with other county partners to launch Equity Hubs, and it changed lives. I'm no longer allowed to telework, so while MCPS has offered a robust summer school program, it cannot work for my children. They have lacked enough education and socialization. How can any parent reasonably accommodate the proposed hours? The answer to all those questions is the continuation of the Equity Hubs for not only summer school, but also the 21-22 school year. This is the type of childcare I am seeking. The emotional and social support for my children during this pandemic was insurmountable, but they still need it now. Recently, due to my son having COVID, I was again forced to stay home for 3 weeks, most of it unpaid, and to do virtual learning with the kids. We struggled again. We struggled because I was unable to keep them as engaged as they do at KidsCo. The Equity Hub has picked up on the portion that was limited for school during the pandemic. I am one voice of many mothers, fathers, and guardians trying to ensure that our children receive the same education and care, no matter their race, income, status, or parents' work schedule. I look forward to the Equity Hubs continuing with the loving staff who can address all their learning they have lost. Thank you.
Next is Cynthia Simonson.
Good afternoon, Board. I want to report out on the School Resource Officer resolution passed by MCC-PTA and bring to your attention some concerns surrounding those superintendent's May 11th, 2021 memo to the Board. As you're aware, MCC-PTA engaged our PTAs countywide in discussions around SROs. The resolution was brought before the delegates in January, then debated and discussed by literally thousands of PTA members in February and March in local PTA meetings. It took 2 full evenings in late March and early April for delegates to debate this resolution, with over 250 individuals participating each night. The discussion weighed the strong SRO student connections against the lack of accountability regarding school-initiated discipline and interventions. During this process, the delegates made clear having armed police officers placed on our high school campuses does not reflect what the majority of MCCPTA believes is needed for the safety and security of all students. I've attached the full resolution for your review and reflection. But this brings me to my concern about today's memo from the superintendent, and specifically the section on stakeholder feedback. As lively as the interactions have been over the last 4 months, with thousands of people debating this issue, I'd ask you to question whether this process that only renders 7 participants should be considered acceptable community engagement. I'd also ask what weight these comments carry as compared to the 90+ comments generated through the public hearing process earlier this year. This has been such an important conversation for our community. On both sides of this issue, I'm confident there are far more than 7 community members that would have gladly participated in these focus groups. Again, I thank you for your time and look forward to hearing how you will be moving forward toward an effective alternative.
Next is Catherine Contreras.
Hello, my name is Catherine Contreras and I go to Wooten High School. I am here once again to talk about the lack of ADA compliance in MCPS schools. I made a comment at a previous board meeting and I was shocked to hear the statement that there were no schools that were not ADA compliant. Based on the data provided on the MCPS website, there were 198 schools assessed and every single one of those schools had anywhere from 15 to 773 non-ADA compliant items. This means that there are 198 schools that are not compliant with the ADA, regardless of when they were built. Now, I've been requesting for the data of the remaining 20 MCPS schools for several months now, and I have received zero information from the Department of Facilities Management. The lack of transparency of the data and the lack of responsiveness to this serious issue is unacceptable. There should be no excuse for a school like Gaithersburg High School, which was rebuilt less than 10 years ago, to have 256 non-ADA compliant items. What are we waiting for? Do we really want students to get hurt due to the danger that comes with the lack of ADA compliance? Do we really want a lawsuit? Thousands of students all across the county are struggling due to the lack of ADA compliance. It has been 30 years too long. I don't understand why this is taking so long. You need to do better. I am not asking for anything unreasonable. I am simply asking for you to do your job and to make schools safe and accessible. I am asking for you to respect students with disabilities and their needs. As I end my public comment today, I wanted to share a quote from the disability rights activist named Judy Heumann. She once said, "Disability only becomes a tragedy when society fails to provide the things we need to live our lives." Thank you.
Next is Carly Katz.
Hi, my name is Carly Katz. I'm a sophomore involved in Wooten's SGA and Best Buddies program. I'm here to discuss the lack of ADA compliance in Montgomery County schools and the shocking negative impact this has on all MCPS students, regardless of their disability status. I have made good friends with many members of my school's Best Buddies chapter, and so I have paid attention and have witnessed firsthand the illegal and incomprehensible building conditions that have affected Wooten's community. My goal is to spread inclusivity, but how can I do that when the building does not support everyone's needs? If Wooten catches on fire, disabled students are especially not safe. The uneven walkways, steep stairs, entrances, and exits are incompatible with wheelchairs. The chances that my disabled friends will make it out of the building in time is significantly decreased. You may not have the incentive to fix this concern because you are not disabled. However, this doesn't only apply to the permanently disabled. It also applies to the able-bodied students who sustain temporary injuries. When my friend needed crutches for a few months, she struggled miserably to safely navigate the harsh building conditions. In a school building, a student has a federally protected right to safely move through it. Will it take a death at school before you make the necessary building changes? The Americans with Disabilities Act passed in July of 1990, yet 180 of the 207 tested Montgomery County schools failed to meet ADA standards. If disabled students do not have the right to a safe public education, in which they have no choice but to pursue, and if you fail to make the needed building changes to ensure their safety, then I ask you all today, who are tasked with the welfare and education of children, to deeply reconsider your message that this signals. Does MCPS wish to continue to endanger the lives of some of its most vulnerable students? This is no matter to be handled reactively. You do not want this blood on your hands. The time to address this immoral and illegal act of MCPS is now, before it's too late. Thank you.
Next is Maggie McNulty.
Hello, Montgomery County Board of Education and Administration. I'm Maggie McNulty, a current freshman at Northwest High School and a previous student of the Peel District School Board in Ontario, Canada, and the Westchester Area School District in Pennsylvania. I returned to school on April 19th, and I'm thrilled to be back in person, so thank you to everyone who made this possible. I've noticed how few students are in my classes, all under 15. If you follow the 3-foot distancing guidelines issued by the CDC, this forces me to wonder why we have AB rotational weeks. With well under half of my school returning, we can easily remain distant while getting a full education. I want you to take a vote today to eliminate AB rotations, keeping in mind the positive effects it will have on students. It is not too late nor too hard for students to make this adjustment. With only 6 weeks left, you have the opportunity to make an impact on this less than ideal school year. If you make claims suggesting you work for the students, yet continue to make harmful decisions that affect us, are you truly doing as you say? The science is right in front of you, and so is the data. It isn't as easy as making the same empty promises. However, acting on the situation can drastically improve our educational experience. Please think of us today. Please think of us today while you are making this decision. We are eager to learn and interact with our peers and teachers.
Next is Vivek Majumdar.
Good afternoon. My name is Vivek Majumdar, and I'm a sophomore at Wooten High School. I think that it is safe for me to assume that the majority of the members of the Board of Education watching my testimony today believe in the arguably fundamental right of a student to receive a free, public, and safe education. However, certain circumstances within my very own high school, Wooten, fall well below such standards. To date, 380 non-ADA compliant items have been identified on my school premises, 215 of them categorized as priority 1. This means that a multitude of essential access points such as entrances and parking spaces do not fall within ADA guidelines. The Americans with Disabilities Act is a civil rights law passed 3 decades ago. Wooten was last renovated nearly 50 years ago. Not only is this an insult to my fellow peers who are disabled, it is discriminatory to them in the highest degree. From not being able to safely access portions of the school, to not having the appropriate equipment to move within the school building, not having these resources hinders these boys and girls from reaching their full potential simply due to their disabilities. My peers deserve to be able to use and make the most of the same facilities and attend the same venues as I do, with absolutely no regard to their race, religion, gender, sexual orientation, and disability. At the end of the day, how are students supposed to feel included in a school building that is not built to include them? Not allowing a student the right to have a safe and sufficient learning environment and therefore an unjustly incomplete education is perhaps the greatest disservice that you can do to a student, one that has taken far too long to be resolved. I have a lot of respect for all of you who are listening, and I can only hope you can reciprocate that respect for my disabled peers as well. Thank you for your time.
Next is Brianna Akumwa Bating.
Good evening, Board of Education. My name is Brianna Kuma Boating. I'm a freshman in PULSO's Global Ecology Program and a member of MCR's Environmental Affairs Task Force. I'm here to testify for more immediate action in regard to green schools in the Climate Action Plan. The Climate Action Plan promises that 50% of our schools will be green schools within the next 3 years, but we have not seen or heard any substantial action taking place to make that a reality, and we need to start putting the action back into the Climate Action Plan. It is important that our infrastructure support our environment because as we are sitting in our classrooms learning about the world, we need to be reassured there will still be one when we are done. Prioritizing green schools will also allow us to integrate climate-related studies into the curriculum. Green roofs and water harvesting system provide the perfect opportunity for students to learn substantial practices organically. And considering the state of the world right now, it is vital that these practices are instilled in us so that we don't fall to the same circumstances. The Green School Alliance also finds that green schools improve student skills by 90%, decrease absences by 87%, and increase teacher retention by 74%. There is no negative in making our schools sustainable and have demonstrated substantial benefits for student education. Board of Ed, we are in a climate emergency. You and your colleagues have declared it as such, so it is time that we start fighting against climate change and bettering the education for your most important constituents, the students. Thank you for your time.
Next is Aparna Ganesh.
Hello, Board of Education. My name is Aparna Ganesh, and I'm a freshman at Richmond Montgomery High School. I'm here as part of the MCR Environmental Task Force to testify for increasing the installation of water filling stations and start a slow shift away from plastic water bottles. In addition to strongly following through with the Green School program, MCPS needs to pay close attention to ways that they can conserve water usage. Implementing more water bottle filling stations will help achieve this goal. 1 to 2 water bottle filling stations in each school will really help. It encourages students to reuse refillable water bottles and avoid wasting water through school water fountains or buying plastic water bottles. In the 2018-2019 school year, MCPS spent $415,000 on single-use plastic water bottles. I strongly encourage us to use some of this money in the upcoming year for ways of getting water that are more eco-friendly, such as water bottle filling stations. And not to say that MCPS hasn't made progress in installing these. They definitely have. But the question is, are they getting maintained properly? From my own experience and from my friend, I've realized that these filters aren't getting changed as properly on these water bottle filling stations. It needs to be changed at least once a year. So it isn't too hard to properly enforce these and make sure that every school that has one of these water filling stations is getting the filters also changed, as the safety of our students is our #1 priority. As a Board of Education, it is your duty to make sure that Montgomery County Public Schools operate in an environmentally friendly way, as at this time, the environment really needs our help, and we should do our part to save it. Thank you for your time and have a great day.
Next is June Trakoff.
Hello, my name is June Trakoff, and I'm the parent of 2 MCPS students. The Maryland State Board of Education unanimously passed a resolution directing school districts to have a traditional learning model in the fall, meaning 180 days of school, 5 days a week, 6 hours per day, in person, with direct instruction from a teacher in the room. My question today to the BOE and senior MCPS leadership is what will be different in MCPS in the fall to get this done? You are unable to get it done now, so what will change? The health and science status will be similar. Sure, there will be some incremental increases in the number of vaccinations and incremental decreases in the case rates, but the vast majority of people age 16 and over who want the vaccine have already been vaccinated. Our case rates are low and already in the CDC yellow zone, which specifies 3 feet distance and no cohorting for all grades, or typical in-person classrooms. The staff issues regarding finding personal childcare, desire for telework, and feeling uncomfortable to be in a school building will still be there. The shameful waiting lists of students wanting to be in school buildings will only grow. Secretary Cardona's pleas to give students opportunities for in-person learning will be the same. So today, tell us your commitment to full traditional in-person learning. What specific concrete actions will you take to make this happen on August 30th, 2021? I challenge you to answer this. Your silence will speak volumes. Thank you.
Next is Bonnie Handel.
Good afternoon. My name is Bonnie Handel, and I'm the parent of 3 teenagers. I'm here to tell you that every day in school matters. I'm here to implore you to vote to reinstate school on Wednesdays and collapse AB rotations so students can fully attend school for the remainder of the year. My children and I watched the last Board of Education meeting together. We heard the announcement that it would be too disruptive to open schools on Wednesdays. We listened as full reopening was shrugged off because it would be too hard. Our children's expectations expectation of receiving an appropriate education was tossed aside yet again. For us, the result was an important family conversation about how, in your future, you will face challenges, but your job is to address obstacles and work your hardest to surmount them, particularly when doing so has the potential to significantly benefit others. The last 14 months have been disruptive to all of our lives. Sending children back to school would not cause additional disruption. Instead, it would be the greatest gift. Last August, when Asynchronous Wednesdays were announced, we listened hopefully to talk about projects, research, books. 9 months into this little experiment, Wednesdays are simply weekends. None of my children has been assigned an in-depth project. My high school students have yet to read a work of literature. Wednesdays are quite clearly not a school day. It is well past time for students to return to the school buildings for actual instruction. Our children have watched as their friends across the country return to school every day, every week, with the only significant difference from a typical year being the presence of masks. You're acting as if full reopening is impossible and claiming that MCPS faces challenges that other school systems don't. Actually, that's not really the case. The difference is leadership that prioritizes getting children back in the buildings. Our health metrics are great, and regulations say that 3 feet of distancing is fine. Teachers and high school students have been vaccinated. You too can do the right thing for our students. Eliminate weekend Wednesdays. Collapse the AB rotation. Make the best of the last few weeks of the year by having children in the buildings. Be bold. Allow children back to school every day for the remainder of the school year. Show them that you do truly value their educations. Make every remaining day count.
Next is Benjamin Gilbert.
My name is Benjamin Gilbert. I have 2 children in the Montgomery County school system. During the past year, I've witnessed many of my erudite colleagues giving presentations advocating for a return to the classroom. They've cited much evidence base and been met mostly with a deaf ear by the Board of Education. Incredibly, the Board of Education is now supporting a virtual academy, which will be a permanent addition in Montgomery County. And this despite not having any standardized testing to show exactly what were the damaging effects of virtual education for the past year and a half. In general, I think the ongoing theme is that the educators' needs are far more valued than the needs of the parents and the children. Personally, I think a school system should be for the parents and the children, and secondarily, as a place of employment for educators. I think that the Board of Education believes that the Apple vote will determine whether they are reelected to office. But I'd like to believe that this is not true, and that the citizens of Montgomery County can vote out the current Board of Education in the next election and get a more favorable Board of Education to our needs. Thank you.
Next is Sandy Salzberg.
Hello, my name is Sandy Salzberg, and I am here today as both a mom to an MCPS student and a pediatrician. As a pediatrician, I take infectious diseases, including COVID-19, very seriously. However, I also feel that education is one of the most important jobs of our society. We know that kids can safely be in school, and now that vaccines are widely available and the infection rates are at the lowest they have been in a year, there is no excuse for our kids not to be in school. As a pediatrician, what I have witnessed these past few months has been so much more devastating than I could have imagined. I specialize in hormonal problems, yet I now start all of my visits making sure my patients are mentally stable. At least once a day, I need to tell a patient that they have no endocrine pathology, but they need some type of therapy or counseling. I have seen depression lead to such extreme weight loss that kids stop growing, and I have seen such excessive weight gain that young kids have developed type 2 diabetes. I have never been more serious when I tell you that the kids are not all right. Finally, as a mother, I have seen my own child struggle greatly for the past year. Until last month, Sunday nights were extremely difficult as he realized he faced an entire week interacting only virtually and literally begged me to find some alternative. With the partial reopening of schools, there has been an improvement, but it is not enough. I understand that there are logistical concerns, but frankly, it has been 14 months. We have truly failed our kids. I am asking you to immediately return to synchronous in-person learning on Wednesdays. Additionally, I am asking you to encourage all of the schools to collapse A and B weeks. Thank you.
Next is Brad Shear.
My name is Brad Shear. I'm a dad of 2 MCPS students. To paraphrase President Kennedy, we do things not because they're easy, but because they're hard. According to Dr. Smith and this board, implementing a regular 5-day-a-week in-person class schedule during the pandemic has been too hard, which has proven to be educational malpractice. This board has colluded with Dr. Smith and turned a blind eye to the mental health crisis created by delusional flat earth-like thinking and policies. If you would have listened to the scientists and the medical professionals and followed common sense, our students and families would be in a much better position to compete against their peers and families from around the world. Instead, this board has kowtowed to Dr. Smith's incompetence and allowed him to gut MCPS from top to bottom. Multiple well-respected educational professionals have been pushed out and replaced with people who clearly aren't up to the job. Instead of forgiving student lunch debt, this board has allowed Dr. Smith to waste millions of dollars creating one of the largest public school legal departments and engage the most expensive law firms in the country to fight parents instead of using those same resources to help our kids. The educational malpractice and ethical lapses by Dr. Smith and this board is staggering. Some of you have been caught making troubling credit card purchases. Instead of offering Josh Starr another term as superintendent, you decided to hire Dr. Smith, who's incompetent and who will go down as the worst school superintendent in our history. You have refused to hold Dr. Smith accountable. You have changed the public testimony rules to silence parents who want greater transparency and accountability. When parents like myself exercise their legal rights to obtain MCPS documents, you illegally make redactions and don't produce them and refuse to follow the law. Therefore, I am demanding this board immediately offer every student 5 days a week of in-person classes moving forward, the immediate termination of Dr. Smith for clear educational malpractice, and then the resignation of every single board member who has been on the job since March 13, 2020. Those of you who refuse to resign will be targeted to be replaced by those who put the needs of our children first. Thank you.
Next is Emily Berger.
Good afternoon. My name is Emily Berger, and I'm an educator of multilingual students in MCPS, and I have a child who will be a kindergartner in the MCPS school system next fall. I have been using materials from the Benchmark Advanced curriculum for over a year and have been horrified by the curriculum's use of racist, sexist, and classist materials. Third graders recently finished a unit about advancements in technology with text featuring only white men. The upcoming unit is also void of BIPOC representation, and the texts in the unit use racist words such as master alongside appalling phrases including they beat me silly, which could have a triggering effect on students. In 1988, Emily Stiles coined the terms mirror story and window story. Mirror stories reflect the reader and cultivate a sense of belonging, while window stories develop a wider understanding of our world, celebrating our differences. The Benchmark Advanced curriculum is void of window and mirror stories for most of our students, resulting in a literacy curriculum that does not adequately serve our student population. The elementary literacy team, alongside with other MCPS stakeholders, recently published results of the Benchmark Advanced Equity Audit. The audit appears to identify only some of the concerns I have documented. Furthermore, the results appear to be unviewable to those without an MCPS email address, and they are not linked on the MCPS Anti-Racist Audit homepage. The results were not shared widely, if at all, with parents, teachers, or other MCPS stakeholders. As an educator and future MCPS parent, I would like answers to the following questions. Even as some concerns have been identified, why are teachers still being directed to deliver the curriculum with fidelity? Will all of the proposed changes take place before schools open for instruction in fall of 2021? What processes are in place to quickly rectify or update MCPS curriculum if future concerns arise? Did BIPOP educators get feedback before the benchmark advanced curriculum was selected in 2019? Where is that feedback from stakeholders documented? The passages and materials used in the benchmark advanced curriculum are detrimental to our impressionable students and will continue to perpetuate systemic racism. Changing the narrative is necessary. When children understand the roots and pervasiveness of racism, they can develop empathy and become catalysts for change.
This will conclude our public comments. The next business meeting of the Board of Education for public comment is Tuesday, May 25th. Sign-ups for public comment will open the evening of Tuesday, May 18th. Okay, next we have item 6. Dr. McKnight, would you like to proceed?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Wolf. I was just pausing. I thought I saw a board member wanting to.
Oh, okay. I see Ms. O'Neill has her hand raised. Ms. O'Neill?
Yes, while we only had one public comment related to our meals policy and an allusion to it in another, or reference to it in another public comment. Originally, the board had scheduled final action on our food policy, but at this time, given that we have a federal waiver that will run through June of 22, the board, requested that staff that we pull it from our agenda for discussion today. As I said, we're operating under federal waivers, which since the past March has provided nutritious meals, breakfast, lunch, snack, and supper. We've served 13 million meals, and we will be operating under that same waiver throughout the next school year. The policy originally had been scheduled to come to the board for action last April, and but given the pandemic, it was not possible. We have not been charging students for meals or collecting free reduced meal forms. We will continue to monitor actions from the federal regulations concerning school meal programs and collection of money for school meals. And at that time, we will bring back a policy to the full board for action. The board and MCPS has long advocated for federal waivers. We've also advocated at the state level for the Maryland Meals for Achievement program, which provides a universal free breakfast in many of our schools. This is pre-pandemic. And we will continue to partner with the Education Foundation and the Dine with Dignity program when we are required to collect lunch debts. There is a full statement from MCPS, and I will ask that staff post the statement with those details on board docs so that all may see the information.
Go ahead, Ms. Sylvester.
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on two of the comments that we heard today. First, about the ADA compliance. It's gotten a lot of attention recently. So I just wanted to ask Ms. McGuire if she could maybe help us understand the discrepancy in the data that our student is pointing to and the reality. And then I have a follow-up about this curriculum testimony.
Certainly, thank you. And so we actually, the data that the students are referring to is on our website. We did, as she indicated, undertake a very thorough review. We had an outside expert come in and review all of our schools to identify literally everything. And there's big things and little things in there. And a large number of the little things we were able to go back and fix right away. We did that work because we thought it was the right thing to do. We wanted to really understand the full range, and we wanted to share that information with our community. So it's on the website. It's there for everyone to see. We're trying to be, again, very upfront and transparent about that. The reasons that we were talking about compliance are because even though there are some items on that list that will take major construction to resolve, and Wooten, for example, is scheduled for major construction in the next coming CIP, and so it will have those issues resolved. But in the meantime, what we do is work with our schools, our families, and our students to accommodate the specific needs that any specific student or staff member has to access programs and services. So I do want to assure everyone that if a student needs something in order to access a service, we will provide it. If a staff member needs something to access their working environment, we will provide that as well. And so on the one hand, yes, there clearly are things in our buildings that we want to continue to attend to, and we will. Some of them that require major construction have to be staged. But in the meantime, we always and will continue to accommodate the needs of students, staff, and families so that they can access programs and services in our buildings.
Thank you, Ms. McGuire.
Can I ask a follow-up? Before you ask your next curriculum question, can I ask a follow-up?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. In a previous board meeting, I'd asked if you could put together a list of things. The comment about Gaithersburg High School, for example, that is a fairly new building. So I wasn't aware that they still had ADA compliance issues. I had asked if you could put together a list of what some of those compliance issues are and how we intend to address them, whether it's already, like for example, with the Wooten thing, we know that there's a major construction project. So just a note, that could be a construction project.
So the list is fully available online. I'm happy to share that again. But again, the list for literally every school is online, and that is the data that folks are accessing. And again, we were happy to provide that so that people have that information.
But
one of the reasons that that there are continually issues to be addressed is that the codes change, right? So some of that is that nothing is static with this, and so codes and standards change over time. That's a positive in that, again, there's always new ways to look at these issues and new ways to approach and address them. But it also means that it's not static, and there's not likely to be very many points in time where something is completely fresh and done, other than a school that we perhaps just reopened, like really just. So that's part of the ongoing nature of this. And again, we lean very heavily into that, and we are constantly looking at those, wanting to, again, address the ones that are quickly addressable and needing to come back to the ones that aren't. So we can provide an analysis of Gaithersburg, but again, we do have that kind of list across all of our schools. So we may need to find another way to follow up on that.
Okay, so if you could have, if I could get a printed copy of that list, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Sylvester.
Yeah, just throughout the year, we have received emails about the curriculum and some problematic areas. It sounds from the testimony that things are being addressed. I just wanted to hear what is happening, what the plan is.
Sure, Ms. Silvestri, I'd be happy to address that. A benchmark curriculum that Ms. Berger spoke of is they're doing an equity audit of their own in terms of their materials. As we become apprised from our teachers or from the public about concerning material, we do review it and it is removed as those determinations are made. The company itself is working to diversify its materials, and as they become available, we are purchasing those. One thing I will mention is that, with benchmark and in keeping with the Maryland Common Core state standards, there's a balance of fictional and non-fictional material. What we're finding, particularly in the historical text, is that there's not enough context to set the stage for that time period. And so that's something else that we're working on with the vendor.
Ms. Harris.
Thank you. My question's actually been already asked, so thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. We can now move on to item 6, Dr. McKnight.
Thank you, President Wolf. So today in our opening schools and recovery of education, we have a number of items that we will review. In reflection of public comment, I just want to say that it is absolutely within our interest to provide the best education and opportunity for our students. We all acknowledge that this last year has been an extremely difficult one. We have learned from that. We have figured out ways to move forward, and that is where we are putting our emphasis and energy on planning for the summer and fall and being able to reinstitute those opportunities for our students and their learning as they are the priority. I'm happy to share that our last group of students have been returned to in-person instruction And today our staff is going to actually share some updates on some of the protocols and most recent guidance from CDC. Ms. McGuire just spoke about static opportunities. This is the best example that we can give in terms of guidance constantly changing, and in this case for the better. As we continue to get more people vaccinated, it does create opportunities for us to make adjustments. And so we will be sharing that. And this all applies to what we are able to do within our classrooms, as well as athletics, extracurricular activities, in all of those areas. So we recognize that while there are increased numbers of people being vaccinated, our numbers are down, and we continue in those circumstances to continue to focus on providing safe measures for our students and staff, as that continues to be a priority. We're constantly in this evolving space around guidance of wearing face masks, social distancing, and capacity shifts as we try to navigate and plan for these changes as they come out. With that said, today's presentation, we're going to elevate how we're working to provide the safest learning in workplaces in our schools and offices, while also preparing for how we acknowledge students as we come to the end of the year and really get into the midst of planning for the summer. We're quickly approaching the season where we're celebrating our seniors, and I'm so excited that this year we are going to be able to offer our seniors an opportunity to be celebrated in some of the traditional graduation forums. We're also today going to talk about how we support schools being able to honor traditions as we move forward to our 5th and 8th grade promotion ceremonies. And so while we were in a very different place last year, this year we have made lots of movements. And so we're excited to share those places with you today in which we've been able to work with schools and figure out ways to acknowledge our students and have end of the year celebrations. The staff will also share plans for our summer learning experiences and share on our students who are attending summer school and how we're working with our parents and other community partners to ensure that our students are engaged in summer activities in ways that we need them to be in preparation for the fall. The Board of Education Special Populations Committee received an update on the delivery of compensatory and recovery services and the extended years to students receiving special education services. So we will provide an update on that today as well. So at this time, I will turn the presentation over to Mrs. McGuire, who will give us an update on our most recent CDC guidance.
Thank you, and I think we can go ahead and pull up the slides. As Dr. McKnight said, there's been a lot of updated guidance recently from the state, federal, and local level. And so we do want to just walk through some of that because it's important context as we look ahead at our next steps and at the evolving situation that we're in. Next slide, please. So the CDC has come out with a number of important recommendations recently, and one is that they did update their guidance regarding mask requirements for fully vaccinated individuals. And so certainly there is an allowance at the federal level for increased activities outside for fully vaccinated individuals not to have to wear a mask through all of those. And also the state followed suit and has also lifted some of the restrictions on wearing masks outside unless you're in a crowded or otherwise gathering kind of location. It is important to note that on the one hand, this is again clearly a positive sign about the public health guidance that we're working with, but it is also still required in Montgomery County to continue to wear masks indoors in public buildings, outside in public spaces, and certainly including in our schools. And we do want to emphasize that in our schools and in our school buildings, we are still requiring masks. Again, just out of a precaution for all of us, and also knowing that, again, certainly we want to be in alignment with the county as we move forward. Next slide, please. There's very promising information and very exciting information about the movement of vaccines. Certainly, we know that more and more adults are getting vaccinated, and also vaccines are being approved for younger groups of students and children, not just students. So Pfizer has applied for emergency use for their vaccine in children ages 12 to 15. That has received one level of approval, and I believe the second level is still pending, but regardless, we know that that's forthcoming, and we certainly have been in conversations with the Department of Health and Human Services and our local public health office around anything that we can do as a school system to support that effort and increase access and opportunity for all of our students as vaccines are available and approved for their age groups. And certainly we know that the expectation, both of Pfizer, but also of course of other vaccine distributors, is to continue to pursue the ability to provide vaccines to students at various ages. And we will again very much welcome the opportunity to partner with our local health office around providing that to the extent that they're available. Next slide, please. Last week also, I guess it was 2 weeks ago, the Montgomery County Council did also amend the Board of Health regulation regarding reopening and has added phases of reopening that relate to the percentage of the population that is vaccinated and that has received at least one dose of a vaccine. Montgomery County has entered the first phase, and the phases are listed for you here on the slide. In the first phase, at least 50% of the population has received at least one dose of the vaccine. And that reopening does increase indoor limits and outdoor gathering limits accordingly. There is the next phase that's anticipated is that even more numbers would be allowed, an even greater increase of gathering limits would be allowed in indoor and outdoor gatherings once 60% of the population has received at least one dose. And again, I think that what we can see with all of these is just a very positive movement towards more reopening, lessening of the restrictions, and greater flexibility for us, as well as, of course, the rest of our communities to participate more and more fully in the important activities that we all want to return to. Next slide, please. And finally, it's very important to note that the State Board of Education approved a resolution requiring all Maryland school systems, beginning with the opening of this upcoming 2021-2022 school year, to permit students to attend school for at least 180 actual school days, and of course, the minimum number of hours during the 10-month period in person, in school, and with their teacher in the classroom. And again, this is just such critically important context, the state direction to continue back towards in-person instruction. It is absolutely our intent to follow this and begin to work towards it. And again, all of the movement with vaccinations, as well as with the loosening of restrictions, really just present a very positive context for us, again, as we look forward to planning over the summer and the fall. And with that context, I'd like to pass off to my colleague, Carrie, to speak to some of the work we're doing around extracurricular activities.
Thank you, Ms. McGuire. And good afternoon. Thank you for having me here today to share some updates and some items that are in progress regarding the Student Leadership and Extracurricular Activities Unit. So our extracurricular activities continue to engage our students throughout the duration of the spring, both virtually and in person. With the announcement of our expansion of our program in the month of April, many of our extracurricular activities have been able to gather and be present on campus during a time frame and during the space or utilizing the space that is best suited for the activity and for their school. As a result, many of our students are participating in a much more regular basis and almost to a more traditional experience, barring the COVID safe practices. While some of our ECAs still remain virtual, there are some that have identified the interest to come together and have at least one special event opportunity in which they like to gather on campus and come together where sponsors can highlight and have the students help reflect over the course of their experience, highlight some of the highs of their year together, and then also recognize some of their students, especially their seniors, which I know is of great interest to all of us here as we close out the school year. These one-time special events also could include hosting a service learning project or some kind of culminating activity. To date, these experiences have been reserved for students. However, as Ms. McGuire shared, with the guidance changing and the regulations changing by the county, we see a trajectory where we might be able to expand that very, very soon. I'll share with you some updates by the ECA think tank team centered around this. Next slide, please. So the ECA think tank still continues to meet and plan for the regular support of our current program and our immediate future, as we see that the county is on the precipice of some extension and expansion of gathering limits that would also be impactful to our ECA programs. During our meetings, and we actually just met again yesterday afternoon, we review each of these different components of the county regulations, which have been relatively restricted up to this point. But as of April 27th, we saw that those increase of indoor and outdoor gathering limits changing, that's also helped to open up some of our ECA experiences, and as well think about what could potentially be some opportunities where we might eventually welcome some spectators to be a part of those experiences. I believe today's current vaccine rate is around 55.6%, so we are very close to hitting that 60% marker. And as a result, the ECA think tank team, as of yesterday, we do have in progress the guidelines that we will be sharing with our schools this week so that they can be ready and prepared to welcome additional individuals to these experiences on their campus and be able to do so in alignment very similar to athletics and, of course, barring the safety protocols for their schools. Dr. Randy Rumpf and I continue to work with Dr. Sullivan and the COVID-19 task force team. And by way of that experience, we continue to work with our DHHS partners, including Mr. Clark Bile, as well as our MCPS Office of Operations. And together we will collaborate to ensure that these guidelines are impactful for our programs. Should any of our ECAs wish to host an in-person experience and expand that to include some spectators on their campus. Beyond the immediate future of our ECAs, we also have been thinking a bit down the line. So we've been thinking about how some of our ECAs will be coming back in the summer timeframe and thinking about how we can help support them and have the COVID safe regulations supporting them to host band camps. Our NGHS, our NGA ROTC programs rather, might even come back for some drill team experiences, whatever ECAs that wish to return in that summer timeframe with the permission of the principal, that they have the appropriate opportunities as well as the COVID safe guidelines for that current time. And lastly, our ECA think tank team and myself are thrilled about the potential of our future programming as we prepare for fall and our next school year. We do plan for a full implementation of our ECA programs, barring any COVID safe practices that are required at that current time. At this time, I'll pass it over to Mr. Koutsos.
Thank you so much, Ms. Cherry. Good afternoon, Ms. Wolf, Ms. Silvestri, and all our members of the Board of Education. It's a pleasure to bring these graduation and promotion updates to you and to our community today. If we could move to the next slide, please. We're extremely excited to celebrate more than 12,000 seniors at outdoor graduation ceremonies on all of our high school campuses this June. And I want to take a moment to thank our Board of Education for its commitment to our core value of equity, as MCPS is providing caps and gowns as well as a yard or door sign to every senior in the class of 2021 this year. We're very grateful to the Department of Materials Management, to the procurement unit, and to the Office of Finance for their partnership and for their assistance in this monumental effort to celebrate our seniors this year. If we could move to the next slide, please. MCPS is also providing centralized funding and resources to our schools in the form of stage, chair, and tent rentals for all of our ceremonies that will occur this June. The Department of Health and Human Services approved our waiver request to allow a maximum of 2 guests per expected graduate to attend all of our ceremonies across all of our comprehensive high schools and our special schools in Montgomery County. We also have Senior Unity Day events that are occurring currently throughout the month of May. Some have already occurred and some will be happening throughout this week and subsequent weeks in May on our high school campuses as well. Next slide, please. Regarding our 5th and 8th grade promotions that occur at our elementary and middle schools, they will be celebrating virtual promotion events to honor our 5th and 8th grade students. Attendance for an in-person promotion ceremony would exceed the indoor gathering limits that were referred to earlier in this presentation in either phase 1 or phase 2 of the County Board of Health regulation, and currently would exceed the outdoor gathering limits in phase 1. There is uncertainty about both whether or when Montgomery County might enter phase 2, as well as the degree to which families may or may not feel comfortable attending a large in-person event. If we could move to the next slide, please. However, I do want to emphasize that our elementary and middle schools are at this time collaborating with their communities to host in-person opportunities designed to honor specific school traditions. These in-person opportunities would encourage smaller groups of students coming to school in defined rotations to engage in various activities recognizing these important rites of passage. And although we'll be able to engage in these activities, we are going to be strictly adhering to the current and future DHHS gathering guidelines. So at this time, Ms. Wolf, we're prepared to respond to any questions you or other members of the board may have.
Thank you. I'm going to start with our board members on Zoom. Ms. O'Neill, do you have any questions?
No, I know that some 5th and 8th grade parents will be disappointed that the promotion ceremonies are still intended to be virtual. Did you give schools suggestions on, say, an array of what those school traditions might be? I had heard from one elementary school principal how she had been working with her PTA and what their plans were, but I just wondered if we had given suggestions to the schools.
That's an excellent question, Ms. O'Neill. And yes, we have been engaging with our schools on a variety of potential opportunities. And we've been listening to our schools as they've made suggestions and shared ideas of what they would like to do to honor their 5th and 8th grade students in this way. And so we'll continue that dialogue. I've met with the leadership of the professional learning communities at the elementary, middle, and Title I principal groups, and we'll continue to connect with them, and the directors in our office will continue to provide those supports to our principals at our schools.
Thank you. Ms. Harris.
Thank you. I do want to just push back a little bit on some of this, because the one thing that wasn't discussed about the county's reopening plan that was passed on April 27th is the phase 3, which is when 50% of county residents are fully vaccinated, then we simply will follow state guidelines when it comes to gathering indoor and outdoor. And we're at a point in time now where our fully vaxxed rates are going up faster than our first dose rates. And we are today at 43.3% of county residents fully vaccinated. And so I think we're going to hit these benchmarks pretty quickly. And if we're looking at 5th and 8th grade promotions, these typically don't occur until into June. And I'm wondering why we aren't both, acknowledging fully the county reopening plan and looking at the possibility of either having, we've talked about this a lot, having a promotion ceremony in which you do half the alphabet first and the other half second, if we're worried about indoor gathering limits, or supporting schools that don't have that capacity in creating some kind of an outdoor experience. Because I do know we've heard from a lot of 5th and 8th grade parents, this is a very important event, and there's a lot of interest, I think, in hosting these events in person. And to the extent that we have families who aren't comfortable in participating in an in-person event, of course we do as we have been, which is everything is opt-in and providing the opportunity to participate virtually.
I certainly understand what you've shared there, Ms. Harris, and one of the challenges related to the county regulation is a timeline. I know that data suggests that timeline may happen sooner, but we don't have a clear understanding, at least at this point, as to when we'll hit those thresholds. And knowing the amount of time and the amount of commitment it takes to plan these ceremonies, we brought this recommendation forward to the board in previous updates, and through our conversations have maintained that this was the best course of action at this time. We do want schools to be able to engage with their communities to find other opportunities to welcome students onto campus for in-person social gatherings and for in-person recognitions. But we felt it was important for the promotion event itself to move forward with the virtual approach.
I may just wanted to add on a comment to Ms. Harris's question. Ms. Harris, we completely understand that. We actually had lots of discussion around this and looking at the county's recommendation or the county's anticipation, as Mr. Kuso said, that we could possibly be in phase 3 by the time we get to Memorial Day weekend. But in our conversations with our principals and our communities, one of the things that we've placed a lot of value on in terms of the end of the year promotion ceremonies is that it's an opportunity for all the class to be together. Like 5th grade, that's their last year of elementary school. 8th grade, that's their last year together before they all go to different high schools or other ways. And so the premise of what that ceremony has been very much around the class being together. And so when we really sat back and talked about what the options were, we felt like the traditions would not put the pressure in a way in which classes as a whole would not be able to celebrate, but the traditions would be an opportunity in which students would be able to participate in some of the ways that they have acknowledged and celebrated the end of the year in the past. And it would also not put the pressure on a tradition that's been represented as a full body or group of students, but yet allow students who are comfortable to come in to be able to participate in those traditions. So just some of our thinking around that, as well as just as Mr. Kuso said, the planning. If we have our schools planned for in-person experiences right now, and you're absolutely right, they do start around the 2nd week of June. But if in that case, something happens and we do not reach that mark of being able to get to phase 3 by Memorial Day, then we would have provided the schools an opportunity to make plans that then they can't implement. And so again, I just give that as an example of one of those pieces in which, we wish we could have more specifics to do the things that we know we want to do and that our students and families value, but much conversation with many around why this would be the compromise in terms of honoring those traditions. So I just wanted to add that context.
Thank you. And I guess a related follow-up is we're looking at planning still around 2 guests per graduate at our commencement ceremonies. And I'm wondering if we couldn't ask each school to have a plan B in case we are in a time when outdoor gathering limits are eliminated, when these commencements occur, and simply do the math that we do every year when we look at the capacity of our graduation venue and the number of graduates to identify how many guests each student or each graduate can have. It seems like we know the capacity of our venues. We know our graduating class sizes. It's a simple element of math that each school could do to let families know now that if we do get to this point where outdoor gathering limits are eliminated, the guest per graduate limit for that school's graduating class will change from 2 to whatever the number is. So families know in advance. And I would really be very disappointed if we are sitting here in June during commencement season with the outdoor gathering limits in the county eliminated. We're not recognizing that when we are hosting these events. And again, I'm just, seems like this is the math exercise we do every year around figuring out how many guests per graduate and asking each school to do that piece of math so that they can let their school communities know now what might be possible while they are already planning on the 2 guests per student.
Certainly appreciate that suggestion, Ms. Harris, and we are meeting with the COVID-19 task force tomorrow with Dr. Sullivan and Mr. Vile I know that our waiver request, as approved, indicated the maximum of 2 guests based on the guidance we were at that time. And so we can certainly inquire through that traditional weekly meeting. But what we have heard from Dr. Stoddard and others is that there is, at least we're not aware of any change or movement from the 6-foot distancing requirement for individuals that don't occupy the same household. And so that does create some challenges in terms of our capacity in order for us to maintain that 6-foot distancing. So unless that changes within the guidance that we get from the county, it would seriously affect our ability to go beyond the maximum of 2 guests for each expected graduate.
Got it. Thank you. And I do have one final question that goes to the senior unity celebrations. And I know we've all been hearing a lot about some confusion school to school about if the school system was providing any resources to support those events, or were these events that were dependent on school finances and volunteer fundraising to host. And one question that I have had asked to me, and I did not know the answer, so we'll ask this to you all, is there a possibility that independent activity funds could be used to host these Senior Unity Day celebrations in schools if they are lacking in other resources to help fund the kind of event that the students are interested in?
So what I could share, and then obviously would defer to others, but what I could share is that classes over time have each had the opportunity to raise money for a variety of different events to support what occurs at the school. The challenge that we've obviously faced within the pandemic is that there's been limited opportunities for those traditional fundraisers that help contribute to a school's independent activity fund. For example, Homecoming is a huge fundraiser for schools, high schools every year, that helps to provide these types of opportunities. What we've shared in terms of guidance to schools on Senior Unity Day is that the focus is on bringing students together to be together and to celebrate one another. And many of our schools have found ways to utilize existing resources, whether it's simply tricycle races on the track, socially distanced, or other ways to provide music and have socially distanced line dancing occur. The focus and the guidance that we've shared with schools is that they don't really need a great deal of funding to pull off an opportunity to bring their students together and celebrate one another. Our funding that we've devoted to schools has been primarily in the area of graduation supports, caps and gowns, yard signs, tents, chairs, and stages for the actual ceremonies. And so schools do have the flexibility and an opportunity to utilize IAF funds as long as they're spending them on students and student activities. And so that's what I would offer in terms of the approach at this time.
So all of our high schools have, well over $100,000 in their IAFs. So you're saying it would be possible for a school to spend a small amount of those funds on this event, since it was a student-focused event, if they were otherwise struggling because of some of the things that you've mentioned just now, to provide funding. Some of our schools are, and some of them aren't.
Schools would have discretion around spending their IAF funds, but I would remind us that those funds are broken down into a number of accounts, and a number of student groups contributed to raising those funds over time. And so we would need to be in compliance on how we utilize those funds for this purpose.
Thank you.
Mr. Asante.
Thank you. I think a good chunk of my questions got answered. I was wondering, and you guys touched on this a little bit earlier, but if you could clarify on how we're supporting students in obtaining vaccines. I know that we've talked about now how the age group for vaccines is increasing, and they're doing trials for younger students. So we thought about potentially doing vaccine stations during summer school or throughout the school year or something like that. Just what are we doing to ensure that we're increasing that access for students?
Thank you, Mr. Asante. I will happily take that question. We started having conversations with DHHS actually about how we are coordinating the vaccines. And the first question that we are having is looking at the availability, knowing that this is increasing the number of people that we will have to vaccinate. So that's the first thing that DHHS is looking at, trying to get a good sense of what will be available to us in the weeks to come for those new age groups that have been approved for a vaccine. The second part that we're looking at is trying to create clinics that will be easily accessible for our students within the county. Some of the information we're initially trying to, and we've been discussing getting is one, trying to locally get information about how many of our parents are actually feeling confident about having their children take the vaccine, because that we definitely still have to have that consent from our parents. And then secondly, how will they most find ways to assess it, whether that is through a private health provider or would like a clinic or an opportunity to do that be most valuable to them. So those are the initial questions we were working to get information out from our families on, so that we then in combination with the HHS can set up vaccinations in ways that are going to be most meaningful and helpful to our families who do desire to get that. And of course, working with a lot of our community organizations to also see how they can stand up or support ways that this will be most meaningful to our families.
All right. Thank you. I'm glad those conversations are being had. I also wanted to echo the point Ms. Harris made about just keeping up with the different phasing for our county in terms of attendees for graduation and different extracurricular events, and just making sure that we're staying up to date on that and thinking about ways to increase those who can participate.
Absolutely. And thank you, Mr. Asante, Ms. Harris, for bringing that up. We will continue, as Mr. Cuso said, go back and look at how that fits into the process of the waiver. The other part of the question that we will have to answer is, given the spaces that are provided for graduations, is there, the flexibility to provide more people in the spaces that have been identified for graduation sites? So I think getting the answer to the waiver question, as well as seeing if there are limitations or not to spaces, will allow us to be able to further clarify that.
Now, I have a follow-up question to Mr. Asante about the vaccination program. It's not really a question, it's a comment. I have a concern that we locate these opportunities to be vaccinated in such a way that particular schools are not disadvantaged, because some of our schools are easily accessible. They're on bus routes so the students can leave and get wherever. But you take schools like Sherwood and Blake, they're not on a bus route. So if you're setting up vaccination sites, please consider how students from these schools will be able to get to wherever the location is if it's not in the school.
I know, Ms. Wolf, you said it was a comment, but I can't help. I like to just be able to share what you said was so critically important. And at this moment, I'll give a shout out to Mr. Turner and the team, because this weekend they actually did a door knocking campaign with a number of MCPS staff, transportation and others, to actually do outreach in those specific communities that you were speaking of, to say, how can we best support needs that you have coming up? And those were one of the questions, we put out there to those families, to make sure that we are hearing from everyone and thinking about ways to get that information from our families about what's going to be most accessible to them in ways other than surveys, knowing that that's not the way that we're going to hear from all of our families. So we have started that initiative. This is going to be critically important to us, because this is a huge step in making sure we have the conditions necessary to have our students back in the fall. And so us doing the outreach to families in a meaningful way to figure out how we can best prepare for them to have access to, number one, and two, feel confident in getting the vaccination for their children is going to be a top priority.
Thank you. Ms. Silvestri.
Thank you. Just wanted to echo my colleagues' comments about more guests at graduation. And as a parent of an 8th grader, I am disappointed that there won't be a promotion ceremony, but I completely understand the rationale. My question is more about the fall. And so we have said several times here today, 5 days a week, every week, with a teacher in the classroom, not on Zoom, no asynchronous days. Are we expecting to for the 3 feet distancing or the 6 feet teacher to child distance to go away this summer in order for this to become a reality? And what are we doing to advocate for that to happen?
So I will start that over and then I will turn it over to others who have been following all of this very closely. But the first thing that I'd like for us to just put out there is this year, even right now, this is why it was really critically important for us to figure out and find out from our families, how can we best serve your student? And so while we do have at this point, many of our students, over 60,000 of them who are in our school buildings, close to 70,000 who are in our school buildings because that was their choice to be able to have in-person learning. We also have had to address the fact that some families do not feel comfortable. So this is the interesting thing about this dilemma is it's not that one decision meets the needs of every single household. As we transition into the summer and into the fall, the one thing that we know that will change that has been very different from the context of what we have experiencing is we do have vaccinations and our staff being vaccinated. We provided the opportunity for staff to do that, to have that vaccination. That was not necessarily the case 5 months ago. We also now are entering into the space where we're providing an opportunity for students 12 and above to be able to get the vaccination. That creates a different environment. If I had to guess, I would say that the guidance would continue to change as we are able to vaccinate more of our population so that some of the things that are in place right now to prevent the spread of COVID-19 will not exist as they do today. But again, that is primarily a prediction as I look at how things have been able to lessen over time. Our priority is to make sure that one, our students are learning in the way that they need to, that they are having access to in-person learning, and the virtual academy is all about those students who have extenuating circumstances who cannot, for reasons that we need to acknowledge, cannot participate in traditional learning, in-person learning. But outside of that, all of our plans for the summer, and we'll talk about summer school a little bit today, is to be able to provide both contexts, and that's to create opportunity and access in-person summer schooling as well as virtual opportunity in our schools, and moving then into the summer to have full in-person learning complemented by a virtual academy.
So thank you. I'm hearing you say parents don't feel comfortable, and I think we have to continue to pump out the information about all the safety measures and how things have evolved and the impact of the vaccine, because I just want every child that wants to be in school, in the building, to be able to do that. And I know many school districts strive for 3 feet distancing, but it's not always possible. And I think that we need to plan for that outcome as well.
Absolutely.
I thought, though, I had heard Dr. Smith say that with 3 feet, we could bring everybody back into the building. Right. He said that on several occasions. Also, I was also interested in the fact that we keep getting comments about the reopening in the fall. And we have said, at least for the last 2 board meetings, that we intend to be fully open in the fall. So I just wanted to make that point. Go ahead, Ms. Mendrowski.
Thank you. Just to kind of continue what you were just saying now, like I was listening earlier, and when you all were talking about the reopening in the fall, it still didn't sound, the verbiage didn't come across as if it was definite. It was this is what we're planning or we're hoping to do or whatever. And I just want to make sure that we are very specific with people that we will be open 5 days a week, every week in the fall, for whenever it's necessary. So that there isn't confusion and people don't think that this virtual school is going to be our way of it being out of not being in school. So just along with those lines.
And Ms. Mendrowski, just to add on to that point, that's why we continue to say giving extenuating circumstances. As we continue to talk about that virtual academy, that is where we'll be able to define specifically, what those circumstances are. Because we do know that there is nothing that does replace in-person learning, as we know, for our students. And that is the primary focus of what we want to focus on. But we acknowledge that there are circumstances that we need to consider moving forward.
Thank you.
Special cases.
So several things. in reference to what Ms. Wolf also mentioned about the vaccines being accessible to all of our students. I mentioned it before. I don't know if this is something we should be offering them at the schools, if at all possible. I don't know how, but if we've got school nurses who are qualified to give these shots, which I believe Ms. Harris can confirm that they are, then we should be doing that as much as we are capable of doing to make it easy for all of our students and our families. I want to associate myself with Ms. Harris's comments about phase 3 not being included on the reopening phase updates. I understand that there's a lot of planning that goes into these things, and we're afraid that things might not change, they'll make the plans and things might not change or whatever. But my concern with that is that that's why I've been told we haven't been it hasn't been as easy for us to be flexible in terms of our full reopening to this point, is because we didn't make the plans far enough in advance, or because of decisions we made about being conservative from the beginning. So I do think that we should be giving more flexibility. I've spoken to, as far as the 5th and 8th grade promotion ceremonies goes, I've spoken with a few principals, elementary school, and I'm happy to hear that the ones who have said we're definitely doing the all virtual because that way everybody's included together. They are offering some very creative and in some instances, what's the word when you do something over, it's tradition, some traditions and things like that. But I think that we need to make sure that our principals know what that they have some latitude with this. And I'm glad to hear that you all are doing that. For the graduations, a couple of things. First of all, the Senior Unity Day, again, to Ms. Harris' point about funding, I know that these are difficult circumstances, and for fundraising, it's been challenging for a lot of schools. For fundraising, it's challenging for some of our schools all the time, no matter what. And I do think that we should be giving a stipend to support those activities so that our schools can have similar type of ceremonies. And I also think that it would be helpful to our principals or our PTAs if we could provide a list of activity suggestions and maybe even some fundraisers. So for example, last year, I know that there were some schools that had balloon arches for the kids to come pick up their caps and gowns, and photo opportunities, and a DJ, and other schools got a plastic bag with their clothes in it. And just so we can make sure that every school has the opportunity to celebrate equally, I think that the more we can do to help provide funding and suggestions, so it's not all falling on them to be party planners, would be very helpful. As far as the 2 guests per expected graduate, I would love to understand how we are qualifying an expected graduate. If it's not 2 persons per every graduate. And if you don't want to come, you don't come. And then those 2 tickets could be put back into a pool for somebody else who has a step parent or a sibling or whatever, if we're not going to automatically say, which I think we should be saying, it's going to be outdoors, and we need to be prepared for the fact that we will be in a stage at the county level where anybody who wants to come can come. But I don't understand, how are we identifying who's an expected graduate?
Ms. Mondrowski, I'm happy to respond to the 2 points, one on Senior Unity Day, just to share with the group what has gone into the guidance around Senior Unity Day. We have a senior experience committee that comprises of principals, assistant principals, graduation coordinators, and senior sponsors that meets every 2 weeks and has been meeting since September. And that group was instrumental in developing and providing guidance to schools on ways that they could conduct their Senior Unity Days. And a lot of the suggestions and ideas that were developed were structured in a way that all schools could provide these opportunities to their students with very little financial funding, knowing that there was limitations on fundraising that occurred across this year. So if we imagine our homecoming pep rallies or events like that we do pre-COVID, a lot of those activities are ones that we've suggested that schools could do. They could partner with their photography companies that do pictures to take pictures of kids at the events so that students would have mementos or things to remember the event by. So we've provided that information to our schools. The term expected graduate is utilized as a means to delineate students that will be eligible to graduate in June through our graduation validation process. So we asked our schools to collaborate with us to give us those numbers. So that would inform us in terms of providing the data we needed to provide to DHHS for our waiver request. So an expected graduate is when we expect it to be qualified to earn their diploma and walk across the stage in June. And so that was the number and the term that we utilized.
Okay, I appreciate that. I thought you meant expected to show up, and that would be a very different thing. So I just wanted to make sure we were counting every student. And since we know that we've had the waiver agreed to for the 2 guests per expected graduate, I would like to request that we put together at each school a thing. So if someone says, I'm not coming, or we're not comfortable being in a large crowd, that those tickets can be redistributed and not eliminated if they decide not to come. If we aren't at a situation where we can, anybody who wants to go can go, if that makes sense. The last thing, I guess, for right now that I had was in terms of, I was curious, why there's still a waiting list for some schools, and or at least there was as of May 3rd. I haven't seen last week's update, I guess, but and how are we supporting schools, particularly high schools, I suppose, in accommodating requests for students when they have space to be able to go in since we, short of collapsing the AB week thing, I know that there are schools that have been able to say, you know what, we don't have that many students back. I taught a high school last week that had incredibly low numbers of students in the classrooms. And I know nothing's as easy as it looks on the outside, but how are we working with schools who would like to, or have the space to allow more students to come back each week if they want to? And again, it's if they request to, and on Wednesdays, if that's something that is better for their students.
To defer that to Dr. Wilson. I know we've been talking about the wait list. We started out with about 1,600 students on our wait list. Within 2 weeks, we had gotten that number down to 800. This week, I understand that we are around 500 students. Before I turn it over to Dr. Wilson to talk about that, one of the priorities we had is having all of the OTLS staff reach out to our principals to have a good idea around how many students were on the wait list, what were some of the factors that were preventing the space factors or whatever it may be, so that we were being intentional in figuring out how we're able to accommodate those who are requesting the in-person learning. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Wilson at this time so she can talk more specifically about that process.
So I apologize, I had to step out. I think the question is about the waitlist status and how schools are bringing students in.
And supporting families who have requested that their student be able to go if there's space back.
So let me talk a little bit historically about what our principals, our school leaders and leadership teams have done since March 31st. So we have about a month later, we have moved from a total of 1,542 students on the wait list down to 585. So we started out really at less than 1% of the total student population on a wait list. So it wasn't even 1%. It wasn't even 1,600 of 160,000 students. I think there's some idea that there's lots of students on wait lists, and that is simply not the case. So now we're down to 0.36%, a third of 1%, a little more than a third of 1%. The majority of the students that are on a wait list are in our elementary schools at 342. So a way of looking at that is, when you look at the numbers of elementary schools we have, that would be an average of about 3 per school. But as we know, we had schools that had sometimes 80% of their total population wanting to return. And so in some of those schools, there continues to be a wait list because of the space constraints and the fact that we have other students who are still on virtual that need to have a teacher as well in those same schools. The second total is 129 at middle schools. So if you look at that across 40 middle schools, again, it's approximately 3 per middle school, but we know that again, that in some of the schools, there's more because more students wanted to return initially into those buildings. In the high schools, it's 144 for the 25 high schools. So that's the breakdown of the wait list. When we updated the board recently, one of the things that we indicated was if a school had a wait list, they needed to continue to work on it because we know that students transfer out of the district. Sometimes students, for whatever reason, change from in-person back to virtual. There may be a family situation, something happened, they wanted to move back onto virtual. So as schools had those openings and had a wait list, they continue to fill them. If a school did not have a wait list, they were instructed to continue to bring students in upon request. So if there's no wait list and the conditions allow, they can bring students in.
Oh, great. So, but have we communicated that to parents or stuff so they know that it's an option for them? Because that was, someone had reached out to me about their concerns about the inconsistencies of some communities know that they can ask the principals and that the principals are being so gracious. By the way, I want to give a shout out to all of our principals who have really done a phenomenal job of trying to work with families to be able to get them what they need. So I just wanted to make sure that we were conveying that to people who are concerned about the fact that they're every other week. And then the only other thing, but this is separate, is the block scheduling. I hope that we're going to keep it. And I don't know how that process starts going for next year and stuff, but I know that there are a lot of schools that really like doing it. And I think there's a lot of benefits to it and something that we should look at as a system or as the policy committee. I don't know what avenue it takes. I just want to put out there that I'm advocating that we give principals the opportunity to select block scheduling if that's something that they want to do and they think works best for their schools.
Dr. Daca.
I don't know. This is not going to be something anybody wants to hear. But when we talk about the graduations, and we have schools that have 600 kids in the class, and you're going to invite 2 parents or 2 family members, and then if we get into another phase, we say, oh, you can add somebody else. But I don't know how many of you have done big dinners or occasions. Sometimes you can't get the chairs, you can't get the space after a certain date. I mean, there's a deadline for some of these things. So, and tents are the same way, that you really have to plan ahead. And I think I heard Mr. Guzzo say you have to plan ahead, and you really do. And it's not as easy to make those changes just before the graduation or the promotion ceremony. And there was a question about unused tickets that I think Ms. Wondrowski had. But I think every year we have unused tickets. And so I'm pretty sure that the principals do something to let people know that they can turn those tickets in. And I was at Blair, so I know about how many tickets you really need, because those people will break down the doors if you don't let them in. They don't have tickets, but they're coming because it's the first time that anybody has graduated in their family. So I've seen both. So I too want to say congratulations to the principals who are really working on this and trying to have activities for 5th and 8th grade, and considering the space and the time. Thank you.
Okay, I think we're ready for the next part, Dr. McKnight.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wolf. So at this time, we will continue with our presentation and we will proceed with summer updates. So I'll turn it over to Ms. Hazel.
Okay, thank you. If we can pull up the PowerPoint, please. Next slide. So before we get into some of the updates, I just want to just share a brief reminder of the programs that we are offering this summer. At the local elementary and middle schools, we will offer in-building summer school focused primarily on mathematics, literacy, and either a special or an elective. At our high schools, they will be offering what they call local programs in the building. Local programs can be anything such as health for credit, college essay writing, jumpstart into 9th grade, or SAT prep, but they're programs that the local high schools select themselves, and they will be in the school building. Families who wish to attend school in the school building or the high school local programs should register through their school. And we've asked all of our schools to ensure that the registration link is available on the school website for easy access for our families. As we were coordinating summer school this year, one of the things that we really wanted to make sure is that our schools didn't have to plan for both in-building and virtual summer school. So the schools will only focus on the in-building aspects, and the virtual summer school will be coordinated centrally. So the central summer school, or the virtual summer school, we will offer K-8 virtual programs. They will be the exact programs that are offered in building: mathematics, literacy, and specials or an elective. And then we'll have our high school summer school for our grade 9 through 12 students that can take courses for credit or credit recovery. Families who attend the virtual school should register through ParentVue, and they can go onto the MCPS website. If they type in summer school and go down to the ParentVue link, they will be able to register. We're really excited that we've had a number of families get onto ParentVue for the first time. We had over 1,000 in the first day. And so we want to continue to increase the ParentVue access for our families. However, we do recognize that getting into ParentVue is a challenge for some of our families. Therefore, we have decided to develop a paper-based form that will be translated into multiple languages for our families who are having challenges with ParentVue. And so we will make this form available next week for parents to pick up. They can fill it out, drop it off back at their school, and we will also have some central locations at central office and some other buildings for parents to drop off as well. So more information will be coming about that at the end of this week. Next slide, please. Summer outreach is a major focus area of the 2.5-year planning team. And we've worked with our communications team to spread the word about our summer registration through our social media, through our local news stories, text messages, and we've also been working with our external partners. We also are excited, as Dr. McKnight said, about the door knocking team that went out to school communities this weekend to also spread the word about our summer school efforts along with return to school. In addition to this, we will also have, during the last 2 weeks of summer registration, a summer registration drive. And this will be available to help families register for summer school. And that will take place beginning May 24th through June 5th. And we will be sharing more information about the dates and locations of the registration drive at the end of the week. Next slide, please. We also just wanted to let our families know we've had some concern that summer school is going to be just all academics and no fun. And we did want to just highlight that we will be ensuring that our summer programs have enrichment opportunities for students. We have social, emotional, wellness, mindfulness activities for our students. We also will be offering fine arts opportunities with music and art. And then we also have many of the local programs that schools want to implement in their building. And you can see the list there of coding or studying an author, drama, again, yoga. So lots of activities for our students to engage in this summer to keep it fun and interesting. Next slide, please. We just want to share an update with you about enrollment. This was actually the end of the first week. We had 13,000 students, almost 14,000 students who enrolled in summer school during the first week. You can see there the in-person in-building numbers are at 7,330. I will share with you the update since we have submitted this PowerPoint. We now have 16,756 students who are enrolled in our summer school programs, and almost 9,000 of them have opted for the in-building experience. And you can see our extended school year also has 1,262 students who have opted to return. Next slide, please. This time, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Kevin Lowndes.
Thank you, and thank you to the board for giving me this opportunity to provide updates on compensatory recovery services and ESY extended school year. You know, the reason why we're calling it compensatory recovery services is because in the past, when people heard compensatory services, it usually implied that a student didn't receive services and the fault was on the school system. But you know, this is a very different environment over the last year, and the state wanted to make sure that there was a designation to show that there was no fault of the school system, but there still were services that were lost over the past year that school systems had to have discussions with parents and offer additional services. So that's why the name is called compensatory/recover services, to imply that it wasn't the fault of the school system, but because of the impact of the COVID and what happened over the last year, we have to have a discussion with every single family of a student that receives special education services and discuss what services might have been lost during the past year and how we're going to make up those services. This is a very different animal that we're wrestling with compared to in the past. In the past with compensatory services, it's been a limited number of students and families that we've had to work with and try to figure out what services the student didn't receive and then what that would look like. And that has been, in the past, it was directed by central office. But because we're now having a discussion with every single family that students that receive special education services, we're having over 20,000 discussions with families around the compensatory recovery services. So now we're really relying on the schools and the case managers within the buildings to have discussions with families about this. And as a result of that, we created a professional development opportunity for our teachers, our special education teachers, and for our service providers. We started delivering that professional development last week, and it'll go on through May 17th before all our teachers and service providers will have finished the professional development. And we've asked teachers and service providers not to have these discussions until they've taken the professional development and understand what needs to take place at this meeting. Currently, we've had over 500 teachers and service providers take that training. And so some families might have already been contacted, and this discussion is already underway with some of our families. We've asked our schools to prioritize our seniors and our students that are aging out at 21, because these are the students that we need to get to before they leave us. But these compensatory recovery services can take place over the summer. And I just want families to understand that even if your son or daughter graduates, that they can still receive services this summer if they've missed services due to the pandemic. We've also asked them to prioritize students that they've had a difficult time reaching in the virtual environment over the past year, because these are the students that are going to need the most services to make sure that we get caught up with them. And so those two areas are where we are prioritizing our meetings with families. I do want families to understand that this is going to take some time to get to every family, but we will be providing these compensatory recovery services, after school, all of next year. We will be providing the services on Saturdays. We're working with Kadisha Barkley in the Saturday school to have that as an option for our families. And we will be looking at providing 3 areas in the county on Saturdays, similar to what we're doing right now with the assessment centers, to allow teachers to come into buildings and work directly with students. The other thing is that we're going to be using the summer to provide compensatory services as well. And so those are the 3 areas that we're really focusing in on after school, on Saturdays, and during the summer. If we can go to the next slide, please. I want to give an update on our extended school year. So unlike in the past where we had some 3-hour programs and we had some 4-hour programs, this summer we're going to have all of our extended school year programs run for 4 hours, except for our preschool programs, our PEP programs, which will run for 2.5 hours. Health services will be provided at our regional sites for extended school years. We do provide transportation for our students that participate in extended school year, and meals will consist of both a breakfast and a lunch at our extended school year sites. Last year we had many of our families whose students qualified for ESY choose the local programs over the extended school year programs. And I want to remind families that is still an option, but you would have to turn down the extended school year option during the IEP meeting if it was determined that your son or daughter qualified for the extended school year. You would just let the IEP team know that you're turning down the extended school year, that you'd rather attend the local program. Just like last year, the local programs will be able to hire special education teachers. They'll be able to hire paraeducators to be able to support our students that receive special education services within the local programs. And at this time, we are ready to answer questions that anyone on the board may have. Ms. Wolf.
Thank you. I'm going to start out by asking a couple of questions myself, just for clarification, which might help. I didn't understand your slide on summer school in person. And then I thought I saw that you had virtual. I'm trying to understand when in person is available and when virtual, particularly for elementary school, because I've had emails come to me where parents are trying to register in person and the only option coming up is virtual.
Yes, so both options are available for our students, in person or virtual. If they want to be in person, they register through their school. So they wouldn't find that through the website. Yes, and I did want to clarify, I failed to mention that we do know that there were a few families that were told there wasn't space at school, and we want to clarify that we've corrected that issue. All students who wish to register in person may do so, and they will do that through their school.
Okay, but that helps me, but just bear with me a minute and clarify, because I received an email, which I think I referred to you all earlier, about registering through ParentVUE and the inequities of that. Can you talk to me about that? Because I thought that's how you had to register, but now you're saying go to the school if you want to be virtual. I mean, if you want to be in person, I'm sorry.
Yes, if you want to be in person, you would go to the school. If you want to be virtual, you would go through the Parent View.
Okay.
And we recognize that Parent View is a challenge for some families. And so that's why we're making the paper-based registration form available for families if they want to complete that.
Okay, so just so we're clear, if you want to be in person, you go to the school or you contact the school directly. Thank you. That's a great help. And then I just have one other question about summer school. You know, we've talked about it, the equity hubs. Can you explain to me, if you go to summer school for half a day, what I'm going to do the other half of the day? How am I going to work that, or what? Do we have any plans in place for that?
So I can jump in if that's okay. We are working very closely with the Community Use of Public Facilities Office and the County Recreation Office to provide those kind of wraparound complementary services that can fill out the full day for providers. And so those options, I'm sorry, for families. And so those options, again, will be rolling out. We've been working with recreation in particular to focus on some of the areas where we know there often aren't providers and that they are able to really help provide those additional services for families. And so those are in progress. And then again, we do know that private providers also will be working with Community Use of Public Facilities to be available at other spaces as well. We also are working with Rec and CUP around the times that our schools can be open that aren't associated with summer school as well, so that we can, again, just have that fuller range of programming available to families that we know so many families really appreciate and rely on. And we're very thankful to our partners, particularly at Rec, but also at CUP, for really digging in with us to help provide those services for families.
Well, that's very helpful. Thank you. Can you just tell me how, if I'm a parent, because you know we had one parent testify about this, how am I going to find out about what's available?
So more information on that should be forthcoming very soon. A lot of that will be available through the schools. It will be available through the recreation department and their communications, as well as county communications. Some of the informal networks that often are in place, but also we can certainly work with our communications office as well to share that once those pieces are more firm.
And then my final question is just for clarification, is about wait list. The reason we have a wait list is because of the school capacity, right?
It's a combination of school capacity and the numbers of students who originally intended they wanted to return. And in many of our buildings, we had higher return rates than in others. And so that would preclude bringing in additional students unless there were a shift in students.
I just wanted to restate that because I know people don't accept that as the answer, but I knew that was the answer. Thank you. So I'm going to start with Dr. Daka this time. Do you have some questions?
Yeah. I want to go back to what Ms. McMillan was talking about from the Black and Brown Coalition. And I'm referring to slide 17, and you've got all of these places that you're going: quick notes, website, radio, text messages, door knocking, faith-based communities. These are all very important things. It didn't sound like they were talking about this in the Black and Brown Coalition. Maybe they were, but these are ways to reach out to the students, and you're identifying students based on data, because she was asking about Black and Brown students. How do we know whether they need to have this? Now, I know they've been doing studies all over the country about how poor students and Black and Brown students are going to be like 8 to 12 months behind in math. So we know that that's going to happen whether we test them or not. But I think all the things that you've talked about here and the multiple languages are really important. But maybe we just need to keep saying that to the community because they don't seem to recognize that. The door knocking is so important, and we thank you for doing that. Oh, you asked about in-person. And if there is not enough room in the school for in-person, for your school, can the student go to another school that's got a similar program?
So certainly that can happen. At this time, we feel that there will be enough space for our students. We're just working with Office of Human Resources and Development to ensure that we have the appropriate staffing. If we need to combine schools, we will certainly look to do so. So we're looking at the numbers every single day to see what adjustments we may need to make.
Ms. Mandrowski.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question about if a student needs a summer course or two in order to graduate, can they still walk across the stage with their graduating class?
Do you want to answer that, Mr. Murphy?
Yeah, good afternoon, board members. For students who still need an additional credit in order to graduate and then take advantage of the summer program to earn that final credit, there will be an August graduation ceremony that we will be planning for students in that situation.
Okay. 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 I think that's all I have for right now. Thanks.
Ms. Silvestri.
Yeah, I wanted to follow up with Ms. Wolf's question about the equity hubs. So are we going to continue some of those equity hubs for the summer? I just thought that they've been working with the students, so the engagement is already there, kind of a shovel-ready program. Just wanted to get clarification on that.
And so one of the things that's really important is for us to work with the existing structures that are in place in terms of how providers and services access our public spaces. And so in that respect, we will continue to work with Community Use and Rec. And those are also the vehicles that the Equity Hubs worked with over the year. So they were working with those existing structures and will continue to work with those existing structures over the summer as well. We're certainly in conversations with those that organization as well around that and around how those dollars can be used to support families over the summer.
Great, thank you. I was happy to hear about the alternative to Parent View for summer registration. I've heard that there was a little bit of difficulty at first, and just wondered how you came to the paper form, because that just seems very extreme versus a Google form. Did you get any community input about what alternative to Parent View might be?
Well, we are actually looking at a paper-based form and a Google form that parents can just complete quickly and submit. We're really looking at lots of different options for how to engage families and do it quickly. And then we will be working on our end to get those students registered. So paper, we're looking at a link that they can just press submit, and we're also looking at the registration drive. So multiple ways, and we have a little committee with our 2.5-year planning team, outreach team that's coming up with lots of ways that we may reach families.
I would like to offer too that the Office of Shared Accountability created data files with actually a flag. That flag went to each and every school, and through their leadership teams, their well-being teams, or whatever vehicle at the school level, they are looking at the students that we flagged as concern. They can certainly add students to that list. They can remove students from that list because we recognize that they know more about children's circumstances than we may know. But they're tasked with reaching out and making sure that they make a connection to those families, especially when we have flagged a student or they have flagged a student. So there is that intentional outreach that we're asking to happen at the school level too, based on information that we have.
Thank you. And that rolls into my next question. I appreciate the totals, 15,000 enrolled, but I would like to see how many of the students that you flagged have actually enrolled. Is that data available to share with the board?
We would be able to share that once our enrollment period is concluding. I don't have that data in my head. Probably Ms. Hazel or Mr. Murphy can look at that. But yes, we can look at that. And we can also provide to the board at some point in time soon the disaggregation on our focus groups in terms of our students who have enrolled.
Yeah, I just don't want it to get too late into the enrollment process and say, oh, we didn't get as many as we hoped.
No, I can assure you, we are on track. I think this year to far exceed the 45,000 from last year, just based on what Ms. Hazel said, a little more than a week, and we already have 16,000. It seems we're going to outpace last year.
We will, Ms. Silvestri, make sure that the board does have that information. I mean, we particularly talked about the importance of outreach to make sure the students who we needed to be in summer school this summer, acknowledging the impact of the pandemic, and those who want to come to summer school are there. So we will make it a priority and make sure we provide those updates in terms of how that registration is going. And that ensures our central office connection to the schools to ensure that what we've intended for the students that we need to come are actually coming on the end in which the school is planning to implement the program. So we will share that updates with the board on that.
So if you've been flagged at all levels, K to 12, you should have heard from someone by now to recommend that you sign up for whatever it is that you need.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I appreciate the morning and afternoon schedules for the high schools that give students an option to take their math class, either if they're morning or afternoon. That's a good flexibility for them. Thank you.
Mr. Asante.
Thank you. I wanted to highlight again the fact that summer school is free this year. I think that's great. I had a question about the two models. I know that they're being kind of operated by schools versus being centralized, but is there a way for people to, let's say like your family is going on vacation for a portion of the summer and you want to jump onto the virtual summer school, can you do that, or are they completely separate?
Right now, they are completely separate. We haven't explored the ability to go back and forth, but we can certainly take that back to the team and continue discussing flexible options.
All right, thank you. That was my own question, but thank you.
Ms. O'Neill.
Yes, thank you. I want to piggyback on a couple of comments and questions that my colleagues have raised. I mean, truly, it would be a barrier for many families in signing up for summer school, not knowing that there is a complement in the afternoon, especially, elementary and middle school students. So coordinating those programs and communicating that is a possibility or going to happen is really so important. And, as Ms. Silvestri and Ms. Wolf pointed out, the equity hubs have been a known quantity this year, and I realize there are a variety of ways those happened. But, if I'm an elementary parent and I'm working, it may be a barrier if I don't know how the rest of that day is going to be filled out. So communicating that is really important. And then, I truly believe that anyone that wants an in-person summer experience, summer school, should have it. And I had heard, as Ms. Wolf had, that, there was some communication in schools that, only those who had been invited would have the opportunity to be in person in summer school. But my question really gets to, where are we with staffing of summer school programs? Because I know it's been a brutal year for teachers, as it has been for our children. But, our expectations for in-person really is contingent upon in-person teachers this summer.
That's absolutely correct. I believe that as principals were doing their job in seeking teachers to teach summer school in person, they really began by designing a program around their available staff. And that is why some of them might have told families that there wasn't enough space. But we've corrected that. We're working very closely with OHRD to make sure that if schools don't have enough staff, that that they will let us know, let OHRD know, and we will work to make sure that a teacher from a different site will be available in that school. So we're working very closely. But you're correct. I mean, some teachers have expressed that they're a little tired at this time, but we do expect that in the next few weeks, more teachers will be interested in teaching.
Are you finished, Ms. O'Neill? Ms. Harris?
Thank you. And I want to associate myself with the questions that all of my colleagues have raised, and particularly thank Mrs. O'Neill for raising that staffing question, because that was something that we've been hearing threads of from different communities around the county about their interest in an in-person summer experience and getting different messaging from their schools. So thank you for all of that. I do have a question. So for Mr. Lowndes directly, when talking about the compensatory recovery assessments for students and all of our special education students, what do our parents need to know now about what you're saying, that every single one of our students enrolled in receiving special education services is going to be assessed for their eligibility for compensatory recovery services?
Thank you very much for that question. What they need to know is that part of the training asks the teachers to look at the data that they're collecting on whether a student has made progress towards their goals. The difference between some of the summer programs and extended school year is extended school year really focuses in on goals on the IEP, whereas our summer programs are focused in on teaching ELA, teaching math, and teaching some of these really fun things that are taking place. And so when you look at compensatory recovery services, it's really looking at the IEP and looking at the goals that were developed for that child, and then looking at the data that was determined to be the data that was going to be collected to determine whether there was progress or not made on the goals. And so I think that's what parents need to understand, is that the discussion really is going to be about the goals on the IEP and whether those services were missed or whether the goals were reached or not. And if there's been no progress on the IEP goals, then they should expect compensatory services in some way, shape, or form. And that will take place, what that will look like will take place at the school. What we do, what we have provided is we provided the schools to have the first option of providing the compensatory services directly to the student. And so they will let us know whether someone at the building will be providing those compensatory services. And if they don't have anyone available to provide the compensatory services, then there is a form to fill out, which will come up actually to central office, and we put together a team where a team will look at who are our service providers that are out there, what kind of services are they willing to provide, and they'll match the student who needs a service with a service provider that is appropriate for providing that service. One of the things that we did do is we sent out a survey to all of our service providers and our special education teachers to ask who would be interested in providing compensatory services above and beyond to their own students within their own building. And so we have a list of those service providers. We've also reached out to Saturday School, and we are training some of the staff within Saturday School to be able to provide reading and math interventions and other services. And we've also are starting to reach out to some of our community partners with an understanding that we're going to need all hands on deck in order to provide these compensatory services going forward.
So you mentioned earlier that you've got, case managers and special education teachers in the schools, all of whom are going to be helping with this outreach and these meetings, and that you are requiring professional development of all of them before they start to engage in those conversations. So for our students and families receiving special education services, do you have a date certain by which they should be reaching out to their school if they have not been contacted for one of these review meetings?
So if they haven't heard anything, like I said, the last day of the professional development is on the 17th. And I would say if they haven't heard anything in a month and a half, because it takes a while to get some of these meetings up and running, they should reach out to their case manager, or they can reach out to myself or anyone else within central office, and we can look into it. The other thing that I need folks to understand is that for families that have not had their IEP meeting yet between now and the end of the year and will have an IEP meeting, that discussion will take place at the IEP meeting. So you should know that if you have an IEP meeting either later this month or the month of June, that you will be talking about compensatory services at that meeting.
And is the determination whether a student qualifies for compensatory and recovery services exclusively just a review of the IEP and where they are in their progress in meeting those goals?
Correct. And if services were, so if I received speech language services and I was not able to receive them during the past year, then there will be a discussion as to how those services will be made up.
Okay. So, but it sounds like even though this takes a while to reach out to every one of our 20,000 students receiving special education services, certainly by the end of June, if a family hasn't been contacted, they should reach out?
Yes, by the end of June, that's correct. And I want folks to understand that, this is not something that's going to go away, that you need to hear and start receiving before the end of the school year, that this is going to take quite a while to get these services matched up with service providers, and that we'll be working on this all through next year as well. And so I just want, the families to not panic, that we will reach them. We will work with them. If they get nervous about anything, to please reach out to their case manager of their son or daughter, and then kind of get an update as to where we are from there.
Okay, thank you. And then I wanted to circle back to a question that Ms. Smedrowski asked earlier, and maybe I missed it, and if I did, I apologize. When we're looking at school to school and the ability of some schools to collapse their AB cohort so that every student who's in person can come every week if they want to because of the spacing, that is permissible, right? That if schools can collapse their AB cohorts if their spacing and numbers allow?
Schools are addressing that on an individual basis, again, based on the conditions that they're operating in, because certainly the collapse also has to do with available staffing. It has to do with the number of students in each of the rotations. We have some schools that actually have, several hundred kids in an A and several hundred kids in a B. So again, it is all of the conditions combined. We do have schools that are serving the most vulnerable students that they have, who have been identified as having needs, where those students are coming in every week.
So, but, we do know, a school whose numbers returning, staffing, and spacing permits can collapse their cohorts. Or does every single student who's interested have to make that request?
No, it does not have to be on a request basis at all. Schools can work within the conditions to collapse the AB where it is going to work for them in terms of being able to provide the instructional program that the students need.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Ms. Smedrowski.
Sorry, I'll be quick. I just want to thank Mr. Lowndes for all of that information, and just kind of give a shout out that if anybody also wants to, as it was mentioned earlier, you did give a very thorough presentation at the Special Populations Committee meeting. So there may be aspects that were addressed there that didn't get addressed here if people are interested.
Dr. Doc, I see your light on.
Yes. I really do want to thank you for this presentation, because we've been talking and we're saying recovery is so important, and letting us know about the next school year, the 5 days. And those are things that we really needed information on. And I know as we go along, you'll give us even more. I must have missed the slide where it indicated that summer school would be in the morning and repeated in the afternoon in high school. I didn't see it. I went back and looked, but I think that's an important thing for people to know. I think they also need to know that there's enrichment, so we need to hammer that out a little bit. And about graduation and lack of courses, this is not new.
I know.
You know that.
I do.
And you've never worked a graduation where you didn't have to pull people out of line because they have had the notice many times. They've met with their counselors. They knew they needed something, but they really wanted to be with their class. And I don't blame them for that. But we do have graduation in the summer, and it's fairly large. And it's really interesting to see the kids that come through. And I always try to say something to them about, well, what are you going to do next year, or what are your plans? And it's very quick, but this is not a new concern. And yeah, the morning and afternoon repeat for high schools. I know that we talked at the last meeting about accommodating for students who have to work, and I think this will be rather helpful.
Okay, I think we've now come to the point where we can take a short break. So we will come back at 4 o'clock. And welcome back. At this time, we have a request to amend the agenda.
I move to amend the agenda to remove consent item 9.8, Charles Woodward High School telecommunications lease amendment.
Second. Are there any questions? All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we're up to item number 8, School Resource Officer Program. Dr. McKnight, do you want to start?
Thank you, Ms. Wolf. We will begin. Today we bring before you a presentation following up on our SRO program and an effective alternative to that program. We have, since our last conversation, there have been a number of changes that have occurred. On March 15th, the county executive did share some information updating that we are looking at taking a different approach. Since then, we have been involved in many conversations with the county executive's office, county council members on exactly how do we redefine providing the best conditions for our students in school buildings that will allow there to be supportive measures taken whenever there is a student who is in need of support. And then how do we effectively work with all of those external agencies as well when our students need support out beyond the school building? So today we are going to share a few updates and where we are with that program. And at this time, I will turn it over to Ms. Stratman.
Afternoon, board members. Dr. Harris, could you share our Padlet presentation?
You want her to advance the slide?
No, it's not the slideshow. We have a Padlet presentation that goes along with it. I think she's just, there she goes. So in the PowerPoint presentation that you have, that's in board docs, this particular slide or Padlet presentation is just a way to kind of graphically show the timeline over the course of the last year with regard to the SRO program. If you would like to access the timeline, they're all hyperlinked to various articles highlighting what's gone on over the last year here in the county and elsewhere. And they are hyperlinked to slide 3 in the PowerPoint presentation. So just letting folks know that. So I'll attempt to summarize the SRO story of the past year here. In the wake of the Minneapolis killing of George Floyd and the national unrest last summer regarding the use of force by local law enforcement, this Board of Education on June 11th of last year directed a review of the system's school resource officer program, as well as a review of student arrest data. And at that time, SROs patrolled MCPS high schools, many middle schools, and disproportionality had emerged in both discipline and suspensions of students of color, and also in arrest rates. When compared to their white peers, students of color were disproportionately affected. And while lower than other like districts nationally, nonetheless, it was clear that this has become a concerning issue for the system. A tense summer debate in July that's shown with regard to the second article there with our council member Jawanda with a megaphone. This tense debate ultimately led to a split county council in terms of whether or not to remove school resource officers from school buildings. And in October, council members Will Jawando and Hans Reamer formally proposed a bill to remove SROs from MCPS schools. In their opinion, county council's authority to fund the police department made it their issue to decide the fate of school resource officers for the school system. And over the course of the last fall, of the upcoming fall, so fall of 2020, MCPS staff developed a work group of students, SROs, security staff, school principals, and other stakeholders who met together on multiple occasions. And the legitimacy of the issue never wavered. The tougher question became what then to do about it. By January 12th of this year, the results of the MCPS work groups were reported to this board, and several key conclusions were made. That while the MCPS Memorandum of Understanding that governs the School Resource Officer Program had some issues in implementation, the MOU itself was indeed stronger than those in similarly situated districts. That additional training in restorative justice, implicit bias, and de-escalation was warranted, both by SROs and additional MCPS staff. And that student arrest data, the SRO's job descriptions, and other factors were worth reviewing and updating on a regular basis, and that greater attention was required in this regard. So in February, also is displayed on Padlet, Council members Craig Rice and Sidney Katz proposed an alternative bill to the one proposed by Jawando and Reamer, asserting primarily that the decisions around SROs and school buildings was best left in the hands of this Board of Education. Meanwhile, bills were being considered at the state level, including proposals that went so far as to remove SROs while calling for additional school counseling staff and making a funding adjustments to do so, all the way to other bills around specific SRO program details. There was one concerned with mode of dress for SROs, using something other than a police officer's uniform, whether or not weapons should be carried by SROs. A number of things are being considered at the state level as well. In early March, Councilmember Nancy Navarro introduced an amendment to Council members Jawando and Reamer's bill to move to a cluster-based model to assign and deploy SROs to school buildings in an attempt to meet and reach a middle ground for having officers at the ready for school emergencies, yet reduce the program itself to the point of eliminating SRO's daily visibility in school facilities. And finally, on March 15th, the decision about the SRO program that Dr. McKnight referenced earlier was effectively reached when County Executive Mark Elrich, in announcing the county's budget, stated his plan to remove police from MCPS high schools beginning in the fall of 2021, when instead officers will be assigned to patrol communities and to respond to incidents in school buildings and on school properties on an as-needed basis. Almost immediately, what shape this action would mean for MCPS and what shape it would take in maintaining safety within the schools began to take a new direction in this ongoing conversation. The county executive soon announced a new committee, which has been named the Reimagining School Safety and Student Wellbeing Committee, with a cross-section of county leaders, including those representing MCPS, DHHS, MCPD. They're charged with ascertaining the specifics for this alternative means of ensuring school safety, something other than school resource officers, as well as enhancing and planning for the well-being of students of all ages, and building off of an ongoing and longstanding cross-agency work regarding restorative justice and the development of diversion models to better serve our students in our schools. Meanwhile, and almost simultaneously, council members Jawando and Rice announced that they had reached a compromise agreement that moved their conversation closer to those views voiced by the county executive, and that an alternative to the SRO program should be put into place by the start of the 21-22 school year, also known as this fall. They announced the creation of a task force, one heavily weighted on community group membership and in particular diverse student and youth organizations. In practice this summer, the task force will provide input and recommendations to the plan being developed by the County Executives Committee, and press releases on both entities are due from our county leadership soon. And finally, along the way, our system leaders and many of us here on staff have received numerous comments and messages in the form of emails, conversations, letters from parents, from students, from staff, and from members of the community and elsewhere. And in every case, the passion and the sensitivity surrounding this complicated issue couldn't be more clear or more critical for our system moving forward. The concern around disproportionality with regard to students of color has been the subject of many meetings and countless discussions across our community. Similarly, the concern around maintaining a safe learning environment for all of our students and how that will look next year and beyond has been discussed just as broadly and just as vehemently. And as you heard in testimony earlier from MCC PTA's president today, there's no shortage of opinions regarding this complex issue. Can we move back to the PowerPoint presentation, please? Thank you. So in looking at this over the course of last year, I wanted to update you on other large districts, including Minneapolis, Denver, Oakland, and San Francisco, that like MCPS have made the decision to end their SRO programs. 2 have moved to the use of something other than SROs. In Minneapolis, they term them school safety liaisons. In Oakland, they're termed culture and climate ambassadors. They've adjusted both the nomenclature and the roles for those charged with ensuring student safety. In Denver and San Francisco and Fremont, California, and several other systems throughout the country and MCPS, plans continue to develop around safety for next school year and beyond. It's important to note that MCPS is still one of a relatively small number of districts across the country who've officially reached the decision to remove their SROs. And our community's movements in the near future regarding this issue will now be closely observed and reported upon. Next slide, please. This slide notes arrest data that was provided to the board back in February, again, based on the ask of the January 12th resolution. Next slide, please. At this time, I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Keisha Anderson. Keisha will summarize the remaining data collection information that was asked for in the January 12th resolution and that we as a district were charged with completing.
Thank you, Ms. Stratman, and good afternoon, members of the board. I will be sharing information related to your approved action taken during your January 12th board meeting, which was to engage with stakeholders and solicit their input on the SRO program. During this portion of the presentation, I will share brief highlights of the information that is included in the memo that was submitted to you. Included in the memo is a summary of the feedback obtained from stakeholders, as well as a review of literature on school resource officer programs that includes advantages and disadvantages as highlighted by a number of researchers. Feedback from internal and external stakeholders was sought for participation in either focus groups or individual interviews. A total of 44 individuals were invited to participate in focus groups, and 8 families of individuals who had direct interactions with SROs, which would have been a total of 15 individuals, were invited to participate in interviews. On this slide, you see the total number of participants who we obtained feedback from during our data collection process. It should be noted that there was originally verbal commitment from the 8 families to participate in the interviews. However, when it came time to schedule the conversations, many of the families changed their mind or stopped responding to our inquiries. Next slide, please. During the focus group sessions, participants responded to a number of questions, such as how important is it to have a school resource officer in school buildings? And also, how does the presence of a school resource officer affect the overall climate of a school? Further, participants were asked their perspective on what they believed worked well and what needed to be strengthened. On this slide are some themes elevated from the participants. There was praise by some stakeholders regarding the presence of SROs in school buildings. A common theme was that SROs provide a welcoming and assuring presence in school buildings. Focus group participants mentioned SROs serve as a mentor or trusted adult for some students. Additionally, they engage in helping with school-based activities and can be instrumental in de-escalation of conflicts. Connected to this theme was the theme of relationships. Participants shared how the relationships that SROs develop with students can benefit all given they are positive. A few stakeholders shared the value of having an SRO in a school building who has an established rapport with students and relationships with students and staff. In identification of areas that can be strengthened, participants shared a need for clarification of the role of SROs. Some stakeholders reported they were not clear on the distinction, for example, between school security and SROs. Some stakeholders clearly articulated that there is a need for a clear definition, clear goals, and expectations of how SROs support schools. In addition to a need for clarification of the role of SROs, participants discussed how personal perceptions and biases impact how SROs are perceived. For example, it was stated that with negative public perceptions related to much of what is happening in society, police uniforms and weapons may be intimidating to students. Additionally, given there is limited interactions with students at the middle school level, it was indicated that the presence of an SRO can create anxiety for some students. A final area I will highlight mentioned during the focus groups by stakeholders is the theme of hiring and training. In framing this recommendation, participants shared there was a lack of clarity on how SROs were trained, specifically in working with children. Additionally, school administrators who participated shared an interest in being more involved in the process to hire, evaluate, and schedule SROs who work in their building. On the next slide, I will highlight recommendations from participants. During focus group sessions, participants were asked to share aspects they would like to see added to the partnership to enhance the relationship of the school district with SROs. As indicated on the slide, some recommendations included more transparent reporting of arrests, more training for SROs, which connects back to the theme in terms of areas of concern elevated. In this area, recommendations included ensuring SROs have training in the areas of mental health, as well as positive de-escalation techniques. Another recommendation was to increase the community presence of SROs so that their interactions are not solely seen when there's an issue or a conflict to resolve. And now I will turn it over to my colleague, Ms. Brewer, to share with you information on student behavioral health management and support.
Thank you, Dr. Addison. Good afternoon, board members and members of our community who are watching at home. My portion of the presentation will seek to highlight some work that preceded this discussion, and certainly a great deal of the work that is informed by the discussion of the SROs. But as I believe many are familiar with our Be Well 365 framework. Much of what you will see highlighted here started also pre-COVID-19. And I would be remiss if I did not cite and certainly thank the entire SFSE, both our school-based as well as our central services-based staff, who have helped to push forward initiatives even as we worked under the reentry process. So what you will see here is our development of the diversion program work. Our work group continues currently, and we are looking to establish a diversion program at all three levels: elementary, middle, and high. That is current work. In that work, we are working with a variety of partners and have listened to a variety of voices across our nation, from Philadelphia all the way to New York, and as close as Anne Arundel County most recently. Our student well-being teams continue to frame out what that student well-being team framework would look like. And we are proposing something brand new, which would be a disciplinary review panel that sits at every school and would be able to examine some of the challenges and cases that come forward so that we are actively working against that disproportionate data, both at the arrest, the suspension, and the referral level. Additionally, under our Be Well 365 framework, we are introducing a behavioral health management plan, which includes the disciplinary review board. It includes a systematic look at how we manage behavioral health, both from the proactive and preventative standpoint, as well as the reactive and rehabilitative standpoint. And so we're excited about that work that is cross-sectional and district-based, and feel that it will benefit not only our students, certainly our staff, as well as our caregivers. Also, we have what we are terming fundamental in-time training, which is our Fit Hub, which will unveil and pull together all of our work, the work around de-escalation, trauma-informed practices, and certainly restorative justice and restorative practices, all found in one place, tying the work together in a meaningful way. And our staff members will be able to engage with that work this summer under our Tier 1 training for restorative justice and restorative practices. We're also working with our special education colleagues, as well as our DHHS colleagues, around the social worker model and how we can make that a fundamental part of our work in terms of addressing this new system that will come into play once final decisions are made. And then finally, it's so important to us and integral to our work that we take a look at the coordinated and systematic work that needs to happen at that Blair Ewing program. And in addition to looking at the alternative 2 placement, we're also examining that alternative 1, things like the criteria. What is the universal criteria that we may utilize for how students are placed within that program at the school level, certainly the curriculum that happens there. We are interested in ensuring that we have a district-wide curriculum for alternative 1 teachers to follow, and certainly the professional learning that we need to provide, that cohorting model that will allow our alternative 1 teachers to work with each other, and certainly support services and staff members across our district. And what we're finding is we're building partnerships across districts. So we are happy with partnering with Baltimore County, Anne Arundel County, to see how we can move this work forward, and feel like our staff members can certainly benefit from that opportunity and experience as well. And then finally, what are the evaluation tools that we're utilizing, right? That return on investment, how do we fill the application gap? So we've provided training, and how do we know that our training is working? Next slide. And speaking of training, how do we train our administrators and our staff members? As you've heard clearly from what Dr. Addison, as well as what Ms. Stratman presented, there's been consistent feedback around the training, not only for SROs, but certainly at our school administrator level. How do we drive this work down into the teacher level in an integrated way, so that we are not unrolling what feels like, whether or not that's accurate, but what feels like bifurcated work and training? How do we get to our school security teams? And what is the model that we're going to utilize to ensure that everyone is well versed in de-escalation and restorative justice strategies at all levels, that we are implementing that trauma-informed care that will be significant, not only because of the data that we certainly see from the arrest data and some of the suspension data, but the reaction, where we are as a district, where we are as a community around our pandemic fatigue, around our anxiety, around our students returning for the first time to classrooms fully in September, and having to relearn some things. And how do we solidify all of that to ensure that we're all on the same page in a very healthy and informative way? And then all of our resources we recently unveiled. I'm not sure if we're going to actually click on that link, but in SFSE, we've pulled together this school-based services document for our schools so that they're able to see across the district what they have in place, what their colleagues have in place, and certainly what we've instituted is an opportunity for them to, if there's a programmatic piece that they see that they're interested in, making sure that we're getting that resource and that service to the schools so that we look uniform across our district as to the supports that we have in place in a consistent way. That's some of the ongoing work that we have in relationship to this. And now I'll pass it along to my colleague, Mr. Ed Clark, to talk a little bit more about our partnership with Montgomery County Police Department.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Education and community members. I'd like to speak briefly about, we know there is a need for ongoing coordination, not only with our Montgomery County Police Department, but our other municipal law enforcement agencies that provide SRO-related services to our students, staff, parents, and our community members. So one of the things that we want to make sure that we address is, in the past, some families have seen a need for police protection or police-related services, and they may not feel comfortable in going to that respective police department or calling the non-emergency police number. So we have seen opportunities where they have confided in the school-based resource officers for needed police services and maybe just general guidance on how to handle a family-related issue or community-related issue. So the family members may see the SROs as an extension of the school-based staff. So we want to make sure as we transition into a revised or new SRO program that those same opportunities exist for families and students and community members there. So how do we look at those ongoing things in the next school year? We certainly want to make sure that families, students, community members feel comfortable reporting any concerns about child or family safety, any of their loved ones who may be in distress or may have run away or may be lost, or there may be concerns of abuse within the family structure, within the community structure. So we need to make sure that all of those services are still intact as we move forward with the start of the next school year there. Next slide, please. Some of the other things we'll be working with that our SROs continue to help us out, especially at the high school level. We know that on a regular basis, they assist with traffic and safety control at our high schools, in our parking lots, dealing with students, as well as student walkers. The other area that we know they also provide great service to is at after-school high school events, such as sporting activities, athletic contests, homecoming, prom, and after prom related activities there. So we want to make sure that we continue to work with not only Chief Jones, Assistant Chief Parker Lone, Captain Flynn, our other municipal law enforcement leaders, to make sure that those SRO related services will still be intact in some format as we all migrate to a revised SRO concept next year.
Are you ready for discussion?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, thank you for that presentation. I'd like to thank all the MCPS staff members who worked on it. And to be clear, we want people to know that SROs are not in the school's budget. They're in the county council's, in the county executive's budget. And he has removed SROs from the schools, from inside the buildings as of September 2021. So where we are now is trying to decide how we're going to satisfy the tenets of the Maryland Safe to Learn Act. We do support the work of the county council and the county executive on his reimagining police well, it's Reimagining School Safety and Student Wellbeing Committee. We support the task force that Council Member Will Jawando and Council Member Craig Rice created. And what we will be doing is taking a look at those recommendations and seeing how we can use those to formulate whatever program we come up with. And we do have to come up with some program. We will be redoing our MOU. We don't know what that will look like yet, but we will be redoing it. We do know, however, that the SROs will not be inside the school buildings. So I'm sure that we will be looking at some sort of community policing model, but we will await the recommendations before we move forward. So now I'm going to let my board members, starting with Dr. Daka, ask any questions they might have.
Oh, thank you. Okay, I'm really glad to hear about the kinds of things they want to do, the restorative justice and the de-escalation for police officers working with kids. I think that makes a big difference as how they approach them. I just wanted to say that this whole thing has gotten away from our MOU, which many of you have read, that covers all of the things that these officers were supposed to be doing, engaging with the public, working with kids, working on some of the things that we're talking about, being lost or being in danger. Those are the kinds of things they were supposed to do. And it was a community policing, and I think that's what it was called. And Wayne Farrell, who's very famous, well, we know his wife, and George Hackey were involved in the community policing, and they did those kinds of things. And my familiarity with them is based on some of the good things that they did with the community and how they come in and have lunch with kids and get to know the kids. There was a federal funding source for that. And when that dried up, then we went to SROs, not immediately, but we did go to SROs after that. And I just want to refer you all to the MOU. It was written by our staff members, and it clearly delineated what the police were supposed to do and which things they were not supposed to be involved in. And I think it got crossed over and mixed up. And we were not really watching it the way we should, or maybe they didn't let us watch it the way that we should. So I just think that some of the things they're coming up with now are going to help us to plan how it's going to go forward. And anyway, I think that's enough.
If I could just piggyback on Dr. Daka's comment when she said that we maybe should have been looking a little closer at things. I think that one thing we have to really consider is data and accountability when we redo the MOU, because the data collection was not good. The accountability lines are not, they may be in there and may be clearly delineated, but whether or not they were followed is unclear to me. So I think we need to have training on accountability. We need to collect better data, and we need to evaluate at the end of every year what the program is looking like. Ms. Mandrowski.
Yep, thank you. So I want to thank Ms. Wolf for the clarification on the county's role in this and you know, the budget issues and things. Because I know there's been a lot of confusion as to whether or not we've eliminated the SRO program or not eliminated the SRO program. And, you know, we haven't made that decision, but the county's budget did. So I'm not quite sure if there aren't going to be any police officers in the schools currently, how they're going to continue on from like where we go from here, if it's already decided that there's not going to be anybody in the schools in the fall. I really did very much appreciate a lot of the recommendations and stuff in here, particularly things like the quarterly SRO discussions with elementary and middle schools, where they can meet students and build relationships. I've always felt like our SRO should be spending far more time in the elementary and middle schools than the high schools, frankly, because that's where you begin the establishment of positive relationships. And the one thing I would ask, and I don't know if we're allowed to do this, but I'm going to anyways, for the first bullet, more transparency reporting of arrest, I think it should include an incidents and outcomes overall, because we've never in the past tracked positive outcomes either. It's, you know, we only have data on arrests made. There's nowhere that you can turn to that says, well, this is where an intervention came in and an arrest was not made that I'm aware of anyway. So, so I think that that will be an important part of being transparent about reporting. And it'll just be interesting to see where this all goes. So thank you all for the work you're doing on it.
If I could just jump in again one more time, I think that those are good ideas, but we're going to be getting, I don't know if people are clear on these task force because there's so many of them. Exactly. We might be a little bit confused. Yeah. But I'm going to give you my understanding of it.
Because I think
the county executives task force is working outside the building, and the council member Jawando and council member Rice's task force are looking at how things are going inside the building. They're doing more of the wellness.
But then there's another
issue.
one. There's another one.
No. Those are the two we're working with right now. And once that wellness group that's inside our building, it's going to be composed of quite a few students. And so we'll be getting a lot of feedback of what they think works, hasn't worked, what could work. And once they do that, we'll be able to come up with some recommendations and formulate another MOU. Dr. McKnight, isn't that your understanding?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Wolf. That is my understanding. The county council's task force definitely was focused on making sure we have a number of progressive areas to look at how we support students when they are in distress, quite frankly. And that's why we wanted to have the student voice really elevated, or they had an interest in having the student voice elevated in that space, because what we know was that most importantly out of this program, our students have got to feel comfortable in making sure that the program works for them. So they in turn will make recommendations, as Ms. Wolf said, to the county executive's planning team, because that planning team's charge is to be able to then say, based on these recommendations, how does it shape the actual program that we're going to put in place? And how does this also shape other measures like the letter of agreement or MOU that outlines specifically what the accountability would be on both parties to ensure that this program is working in the best interests of our students? So
it was the change, it's the different name, not a task, that the planning committee that was confused me. I was like, I think there's another one that's called something, not a task force, but and the task force is going to make recommendations to the planning committee. Correct.
We've got it straightened out now, but I did want to say one more thing, and then I'm going to move on to Ms. Silvestri. One of our speakers mentioned that only 7 participants provided testimony. And that's just not really true, because we've taken testimony from a number of different sources. We had, I believe, 2 nights of testimony ourselves. We listened to the county council's testimony on the issue. And in addition, we set up a website where people could go and look at the letters that we received on it. And we received 125 emails on this issue. So it's just not true to say we only had input and are only considering input from 7 different people. So I wanted to make that point. Ms. Silvestri.
Thank you for the presentation. You know, I think that this is a unique opportunity to do better by our students. I agree with Dr. Daka. The MOU is quite well written and has lots of things that are helpful to our students, but the accountability was not there. And so I echo my colleagues' statements that the accountability has to be really, really tight. Otherwise, we're going to be couple of years down the road and said we had a great plan, but the execution was not there. And so, you know, I welcome the work ahead over the summer months to come up with something better. I want to make sure that our administrators have a strong voice in the planning process. They are the ones that are in the schools with the students day in and day out. And so it's very important to me that whatever plan is developed has their voice, their participation, and it's going to work for them because they're the ones that have to execute it in our schools. I also want to tie the connection between the referrals to juvenile justice and police to the referrals to the office and suspensions, which our data show is disproportionate already. And that is our work that we have to do. And so I'm assuming that the training that has been mentioned is not just about referrals to juvenile justice, but it's also the whole behavioral modification program, so that we are chipping away at that disproportionality that we see in referrals to the office, suspensions, and so forth. I wanted to ask if there's anything that needs to happen at the state level for our best intentions to work. Are there things that need to change? I know that, certain activities in the school are mandated to have a call to the police department. I'm just wondering, is there anything that at the state level that is tying our hands in terms of implementing the reform that we want to implement? And maybe not. I know data collection was a problem at the state level, but Dr. Smith said that we could collect it in a different way to circumvent that problem.
Absolutely. I saw Mr. Clark's slide on, so I'll let him follow back up. I did want to say, one of the discrepancies that we've always had with the state data and how we collect that data locally is defining arrest data. As you can see in the presentation today, we made a point to distinguish between paper arrest and actual arrest. And in the state, you have a number of different jurisdictions that just define arrest in many different ways. And so that's why the comparison becomes very difficult when you have so many jurisdictions that actually do not have particular guidance around that. So, that's one part off the bat that I would say that would allow us to be able to have a clearer and better view from the state level data that is available. I wanted to circle back before Mr. Clark adds anything additional about the state level. To your point about including the administrators, we have our administrators represented on the task force as well as the planning committee. And particularly for the planning committee, the committee that's responsible for the implementation of the new model, when that is planned out, there's representation of elementary, middle, and high school principals, so that we are able to provide a comprehensive program that can be implemented at all levels within our schools, whatever that decision is. So I just wanted to circle back and share that with you, as that was definitely a priority. And we also have our teachers and supporting services staff on that planning team as well, just to make sure we have a well-rounded understanding of how this program should be implemented, and quite frankly, what will be everyone's responsibility in the school building as well as out of the school building to support our students. Mr. Clark, any additional information that you would share about state considerations?
Yes, ma'am, Dr. McKnight. Ms. Sylvester, you're correct. We did hear earlier reference to the Maryland Safe to Learn Act of 2018. That act does require all public schools, K through 12, to have an SRO assigned to that school. In the absence of that assignment, there has to be an adequate local law enforcement coverage plan. So that's what we would be working with our county leaders on, our county police chiefs, our municipal chiefs. What will that new adequate local law enforcement coverage plan look like for us next year, so we would be in compliance with the Maryland Safe to Learn Act?
And finally, I just wanted to say that, the whole SRO program grew out of fear for gun violence in our schools. And so I would really encourage us to revisit what more we could do to communicate to our families about safely storing weapons so that students don't have access to it. And just looking at the best practices and not lose this conversation in the planning ahead. What more can we do as a county to prevent our students from coming with weapons because they weren't safely stored or have access to them? So thank you.
Mr. Asante.
Yeah, well, first off, I'm excited to see all the efforts being made around restorative justice and administrative and teacher training. And also, thank you for clarifying that relationship with the county council. I think for a while there was kind of confusion about what role they were playing in this whole discussion issue. But I think for me personally, I was disappointed in the final report and the final literature review. Going back to when we kind of extended that period for that work group to, come up with that final report, I thought the main reason for that was engaging our community further and kind of putting together a more thorough report. And I think in the memo that we have sent, and this was mentioned earlier, but just the fact that there was a limited amount of participants in the community engagement aspect. The memo also didn't really talk about all the public comments we received. I don't think it really touched on some of the public comments made in front of the county council either. And I know that's like separate from the Board of Education, but I think that was still an important aspect to this whole conversation. And then also I think we didn't really touch on, or the report didn't really touch on the arrest data that we do have. And I know that data has been hard for us to collect and it's not as centralized as we may like it, but I think we still have that data there. And I feel like the report didn't touch enough on the discrepancies in that data that we currently do have. And I think, additionally, just the literary review too, we got documents submitted by different community members, different organizations, and none of that was really discussed in the final report. So I just wish we had seen more of all those pieces put together here, because I thought this final report was meant to be more thorough and I think would have given more context to the issue and would have helped in whatever decisions are made later on. But I'm glad to see that we are working now with the county council to have these task force. And I think going forward, just ensuring that we are further engaging our community and further getting the different ranges of perspectives on this issue and making sure all of that is displayed in whatever report that we do put out there. And also, I just wanted to echo the part about constantly evaluating whatever program we end up deciding on. I think, the accountability with the MOU was lost throughout the progression of the program. So just constantly evaluating it and making changes as needed instead of, I guess, waiting for it. Another situation like this in which I think a lot of tensions have built up and we've had to redesign a full program. So making changes as needed in the future. But yeah, those are just my thoughts on the final report. But thank you for your work on this.
Mr. Asante, thank you. I appreciate those comments. I just have one question though. I wonder if the report was cut short because the decision was taken away from us. So I mean, it really was sort of, they could spend a lot of time on it, and maybe it would be good we do have the information about previous arrests. So that would form a basis for looking at comparison in the future. And that I do think is useful, but I don't know that doing a full blown report when we have no decision to decide anymore really was going to be fruitful on their part. But thank you. I do think we can keep that. Ms. O'Neill.
Yes, well, piggybacking on that, when we began the conversation a year ago or over the summer, it was for us to take a holistic look at the whole issue about school resource officers. But where we sit now, the conversation, the decision-making has been taken out of our hands. But, the issue, everyone wants safe schools. Everyone wants fair and equitable schools where our students feel comfortable and safe coming to school. I've been on the board 23 years. When I came on the board within the space of, 4 months, Columbine happened. I've been around here, as other events have evolved, Newtown, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. I'm not convinced from my viewpoint that school resource officers necessarily make schools safer. And, they have evolved here in Montgomery County. When I started, we did not have SROs in the buildings. We had police coming to the schools on an as-needed basis. Then we had our first educational facility officer. We had federal funding that put SROs into all of our buildings, as Dr. Daka related, community-oriented policing. But one common thread over 23 years has been that we do not have enough mental health or crisis supports within our schools to help our children. We've never had enough psychologists, counselors, pupil personnel workers. We have very, very few limited social workers. And the best model of bringing all those elements together really lies with linkages to learning. And that's really primarily at the elementary and middle school. There are many models out there that can help our children. Restorative justice, has been a very big step forward. But the decision about SROs immediately in the future of MCPS is out of the Board of Education hands. But it's time for us to really, now that everyone is on board or moving in that direction, to really fight for the resources that we need to support our children in the buildings. That said, the MOU with the police going forward, because as I've said, we will have police come to our buildings, unfortunately. The situation, the gun at Clarksburg, the bomb that came into the building at Rocky Hill. We had a student who was selling pills at a school, resulting in a girl becoming unconscious. We had a middle school experience where a student poured gasoline on steps and lit the steps on fire. Police will respond in specific circumstances, and the MOU has got to be clear about how all of our staff work with the police in those very unfortunate circumstances. But, I appreciate all who have given public comment. And, there should be a compilation of all those comments, our hearings. And while this report is very brief, I think it was done because the decision is not ours. But I do want to make sure that those specific circumstances when police do have to be involved, we're clear about it, so that we protect both our, the innocent bystanders and those involved in those circumstances.
Thank you, Ms. O'Neill. I completely agree. And the one thing that concerns me, and I think you hit upon it, is that while we don't want necessarily or think we necessarily need SROs in our school, is that we not have random police come into the school, because that's going to be another situation which I can only describe best as calling it driving while black.
Well, I mean,
assigned set of people assigned to specific schools, even if they're out in the community.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you, Ms. Wolf. And that was sort of what I was getting at, because we don't want to be in a position that just a random beat cop is coming to a school with an interaction with children. I mean, that is a problem. We need officers to respond who are trained in dealing with young people. But, also the issue of our own security people and how they're trained in de-escalation. Well, and I know they have been, but to have it reinforced and with restorative justice. But just having a random beat cop responding is not a good thing for our children.
Thank you. Ms. Harris.
Yeah, thank you. I want to associate myself with the comments of several of my colleagues, but particularly Mr. Asante. I looked at the memo and the report, and I listened to the presentation today. I was very reassured to hear Ms. Rubin's presentation about all of the ways that we are looking to actually make every one of our schools a safe and welcoming place in which everybody who sets forward in that building feels valued. Because that, I think, is the work we need to do. As a public health person, I focus on prevention. We want to get to a place where we don't even have to worry about the kind of threats to a school that some have advanced as a reason that we need SROs. So I very much applaud that work, and I'm really looking forward to see how that rolls forward. And I really would encourage us to include the students who walk the halls and walls of our schools every day in the evaluative process as we roll out these measures. And then we look to see how effective they are in creating the kind of environments in our schools that we want to make sure they truly are the safe and welcoming spaces that we expect and want them to be. And our students are telling us that they need them to be. And then when I look at the report, and I just want to echo Mr. Asante's comments, the report itself, I don't think really addressed what this board asked it to do back in June and then again in January, because I see, and we're not in the report itself, but yet here in these presentations we are, but the report and the memo itself do not acknowledge the disproportionality of impact of our SROs and our discipline programs on students of color and students with special needs. And we're not really acknowledging the school to prison pipeline report from 2018, which shows that the school to prison pipeline in Maryland is real. And so that data, I think, is really important for us to acknowledge and incorporate in our thought processes and our decision making, along with the fact that there was empirical evidence submitted here in the memo and in the lit review, but a lot of really important and really timely empirical evidence was omitted, including things as important as the February 18th, 21 report in JAMA, looking very directly at, do school resource officers prevent the most serious impacts of bad events in our schools and violent events in our schools, the purpose for which they were initially designed to come in. And, that report's pretty clear. They don't. And so, if we're going to have this conversation, I think it's really important that we ground it in the data and the most current empirical evidence. And I want to concur too with Mr. Asante that, we have a school system, we have arrest data, we know the numbers, and yet in the engagement piece for our SRO work group, we had 2 students. And no families eventually participated, even though we have many, many, many advocacy and ally groups that work with our school system, 24/7, 365, that were we having trouble engaging, we could have reached out to very, very in a straightforward way, say, we're having trouble engaging people to participate with us and share their perspectives and their experiences. Can you help us engage? Can you help us bring people into this conversation in a way that feels safe and welcoming to them? And it doesn't seem that we did that. We simply said we invited 8 families, they didn't participate, we're done. And I think we can do better as a school system. And I really do think that we want to do better as a school system. So as we move forward in this space and in this conversation, I really do hope we are elevating the student voice and the student experience, because they're the only ones that can tell us how well we are doing in making our schools feeling safe and welcoming to them, but that we are also being very, very, very grounded in the ongoing and evolving area of empirical work that is accumulating on the issue of what does law enforcement in schools mean? How does it impact our students? And does it do any of the things that we want it to do to make our schools safer spaces?
Are there, Dr. Daka?
Yeah. First of all, I want to look at slide 7. I want to support what you said, Ms. Wolf, about the numbers on slide 7. It was a focus group, and it was 44 people and only 20 showed up. But we've been hearing from lots of other people about this. So we have been getting information, and that wasn't the only place that we got it. And I know many of you will remember that I've been asking for information on the arrests. I know that some of them are paper arrests. Doesn't make any difference. If it's in the judicial system, it's there. And I also wanted to know what we were doing with our serious incident reports, because that's where we're supposed to say police were involved. And we didn't have statistics on that. I also would like to thank Mr. Clark for being involved with us after all these years. He was my captain when I was at Argyle for the Kennedy cluster. He had more than that, but that was one of his areas. And Sergeant Aubrey was the person assigned to my school. And Captain Clark would come over from time to time just to see how things were going or just to check. And that's the kind of thing we really want to happen. And I agree with Mrs. O'Neill. We've already seen what happens when you have a beat cop or two come into a school, and then you see how it doesn't work quite the way it's supposed to. And at that time, when I was at Argyle and also at Blair, we had mental health committee. We didn't call it that, but we had a nurse, we had the administration, we had counselor, we had a full-time teacher, special ed. They'd meet every 2 weeks and they'd pull up names of kids that they thought needed to be staffed for special ed, or who were having some concerns that we needed to report somewhere else. And we lost it. I don't know. It just stopped happening. I'm not sure exactly why. But I want to tell you a story about hiring and evaluation. I know you've heard enough, but here, I got to say this. Hiring and evaluation. When I first came to the board, we had a case that came before us where the police officer was following the student. Student had gone out of class and he was fussing and cussing and carrying on. He was a big kid, according to the minutes that we got. So the security, the officer got involved, and as the kid was leaving, he was just walking. He wasn't doing anything to anybody else, but he wasn't listening. And when they told him to stop, he didn't stop. He just kept going. This officer jumped in front of him every time he could and waved his arms and tried to get him to stop. Well, it just made the kid more angry. So these are the kinds of things that officers or people in general who are working with our kids need to know how to de-escalate. First of all, the child was not jumping into people's classrooms and threatening anybody. He was moving down the hall. He may have moved out of the building, but that's not the end of the world. He didn't want to go to the office, but he may have ended up in the office, but he got so angry with this person. So this was a person who had retired. He had a pension. He was working for us, so he was double dipping. And I thought he should be terminated, but I was voted down. So I just wanted to share that with you because we were talking about hiring and evaluation. Administrators should have a hand in some of this, or at least understand what kind of training people have gotten.
Okay, thank you. I just want to say again that we do have to come up with a new MOU. We will be waiting for the results of the task force who are tasked to come forward with some recommendations by July. So hopefully we can have something in place. The intent is to have something in place by September. But again, I just want to suggest that data accountability and evaluation are key, because the data that we had, I didn't find it to be very useful, and I found it to be incomplete. And accountability as to who's responsible for what, even though it may be in there, it hasn't been carried out that way. So we need to be clear about that. And I look forward to seeing the results of this work and how we can best support an alternative program. So thank you. We are now up to item number 9, our consent items. Consent. Does anybody wish to pull any items? Ms. Harris.
Yes.
Ms. Harris.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question about items 9.9, 9.15, and 9.16.
Okay. 9.9, 9.15, and 9.16. Do you want to move the others?
I move to move them in block, 9.1, through 17, with the exception of 9.9, 915, 916. And if we could ask Ms. McGuire also to provide a little bit of an explanation about why 9.8 was pulled.
I'll second.
All right, we have a question, Ms. McGuire. Could you talk about why 9.8 was pulled?
Yes, thank you. 9.8 was an item for the board to consider a renewal of a telecommunication tower at Woodward High School, and it relates to the relocation of that tower during construction. However, the county's telecommunication work group that has sort of that initial first step of reviewing them, we had anticipated and they had been scheduled to take that action prior to the board's action today. However, we learned that they had not. They've actually deferred that action. And so we have removed that from the board's agenda today until we can clarify the nature of the status of that. And certainly the board would not take that action before the county's committee had done its work.
Hey, I just want to say, I've been very concerned about where we locate these cell towers, particularly that they not be all located in minority neighborhood schools. So I'm really questioning the use of them being by any schools. But does anyone else have any comment? If not, we're ready for the vote. All in favor of moving these in block except for 9, 9, 915, and 916, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Harrison. 9.9.
Thank you. So on 9.9, one of the items mentioned in the FY21 future supplemental projects was a hate bias grant. And it mentioned that we are currently working with experts to develop a student hate bias app to include reporting of sexual assault and harassment. And then there's a follow-on process coming to kind of implement and provide professional development. And I was interested in hearing a little bit more about that hate bias grant and what's happening with that.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. I'll defer to Mr. Clark and Mr. Body. This is a grant that came to us, I want to say, over a year ago, and it really was around how do we create safety measures, but also through a lens of equity. And so they have put in a proposal for that grant. Of course, this was prior to COVID-19, but I'll let them just give an update on where we are with trying to put that back into place as we come out of the pandemic.
Thank you, Dr. McKnight. Thank you, Ms. Harris. Yes, that was a Maryland Center for School Safety Hate Bias grant that we applied for. We were the recipient of a grant in the total amount of $51,818. $21,000 was earmarked to develop a student-based reporting app. We know that our students are very familiar and acclimated to social media. So working with Mr. Bowdy and Greg Edmondson, the compliance union, we thought there would be a need to kind of get creative to see how we could develop that app. So we're looking at different ways to do that. Today we had a meeting with Pete Savini and his team. We'll be looking for outside experts to give us some guidance in the actual development of that app. The other component of the app, and working with, again, Mr. Bowdy and Greg Edmondson, we've wanted to do some additional training there. And part of the other grant money that was there for stipends was to bring our staff out of the classroom and backfill with substitute teachers. But as Dr. McKnight said, we were significantly impacted to do that with COVID-19. So working with the team now, we're going to see if there's any way that we can provide some level of training before the grant expires at the end of this fiscal year. Unfortunately, this grant does not reset from year to year. That's the way that the legislative body developed these school safety grants, or some of these school safety grants. So I think maybe one action for us to do next year, working with our local delegation, is to see if we can make some modifications to allow the extension of those type of grants. We are not the only school district in the state of Maryland that is struggling to get all the things done in these grants. And really that was directly related to the impact of COVID-19. So I'll turn it over to my colleague, Mr. Body, to see if he has anything he would like to add in terms of the training and how we're moving this discussion forward.
So one of the things that we did do as a result of this space we were in is we created the culture of respect lessons for students. And we did roll that out to staff. And that was something that wasn't necessarily part of the grant, but we connected it to that work. And so we really want to provide staff with follow-up once we collect and analyze all the data that we collected with schools. So there will be some opportunities for us to probably follow up with staff to at least review that data and begin thinking about action planning around the survey that students participated in. So we're going to try to modify and make use of it of that funding before it goes away at the end of the year.
I think I'm very happy to hear about that. And I'm working with a large number of students who are active on various projects around sexual assault and sexual harassment in our schools. And one specific group of them is working specifically on creating an app to make it safe and comfortable for students to report, along with a website that creates, is kind of a one-stop shop for students to get support, know how to report, and find resources. So I would, given I didn't even know about this aspect of this grant, I would hope that I would be able to connect you to some of the students that have already done a tremendous amount of work on an app to do exactly what this grant says it wants, or this piece of the grant says it wants to do.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Harris, you have 9.15.
Yes, just two questions. So in the in that coronavirus response sort of funding piece, it talked about a competence ladder, which I don't know what that is. I would like to know a little bit more about that. And there was also part of that funding was to create a full-time 1.0 full-time instructional specialist. And I was wondering what that instructional specialist role or the content area in which they would be working.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. I believe this is a follow-up of a grant that we do get every year coming out of the Department of Professional Growth. Dr. Stanislaus, am I correct in that? And am I correct in that, Dr. Stanislaus?
Well, it's good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, Dr. It's one of the grants that we do get. However, this is a newer grant because it's based on a relief fund for coronavirus. So if you want me to continue, I can.
Yes, you may. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Ms. Harris. So the Conscious Competence Ladder is a pretty old framework, but it's a framework that we use. It's one of them. And it helps to move the learning progression of adult learners forward. So it really, I liken it to, and I spoke to a colleague about it, and the example was moving from, if I'm a new driver, I know that it's a car, right? I know that it has wheels and it's supposed to move, but I may not know the intricacies or the skills. I may not have the skills to move that car forward. But over time, as you start to develop those skills and deepen the learning and use what you've learned and apply it over time, driving a car becomes pretty automatic. So what we're trying to do with this framework, it's kind of just an overlay of the professional learning that we will offer to our new employees. It will provide them with an opportunity to start thinking about these new skills that they're learning and start having opportunities to kind of talk about those skills, apply those skills, so that it's to a point where in the work that they do on a daily basis with the students that they serve, that the interface and the application of those skills is an automatic application. So it's really just a professional framework to look at the learning progression of the professional learning that's occurring for any adult learner.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Ms. Harris?
Well, and then there was a question about the new position, the new full-time position.
Yeah.
Instructional specialist.
Absolutely. So this instructional specialist will be responsible for the coordination and the creation and helping with the implementation of this professional learning that will take place throughout the course of the year. Recalling the great work that was done with the reimagining, and much of the feedback and the discussion and the input from our internal partners, our external partners, from SEIU, from MCEA and MCAP-MCBOA, one of the things that elevated to the surface was we really wanted to look at, we have great induction, but we want to look at making more of a targeted effort around what are we doing for year-round onboarding. So this person will work as a liaison with those targeted schools, with those principals. They will also serve as the lead and the coordinator of some cross-office collaboration. We believe very strongly in the department and the office that the power in elevating the collaboration, communication, and coordination so that we ensure that we're meeting the needs of all of the individuals that we're serving. It's one thing to put professional learning together and think it's amazing, but you haven't had feedback, right? So this person will be that liaison and that coordinator for the work. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, and then the last question I had related to item 9.16 in the SR2 funding, talking about learning loss and preparation for reopening. There was a $58 million appropriation for instructional salaries, 11 million for contractual services. And is that related to our summer school work, or is that some other element of our response to the pandemic, learning loss, and other ways that our students have struggled over the past year?
Dr. McKnight, would you like me to respond?
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Collins.
Okay. Hi, Ms. Harris. So yes, the funds that you see there are for salaries to support the summer school program, not only for this summer, but for future summers for the life of the grant. So we've budgeted for the next, hopefully 2 summers. And once we get additional ESSA money, we'll continue to do that so that families do not have to pay. So that's to support the salaries and the benefits. And then also, as you know, this year we implemented, OSIP implemented a tutoring program before and after school, and staff were hired to do that. So that will continue to pay for that program in the summer and during the school year, as well as a variety of professional learning around the system priorities with the anti-racism work, social emotional learning curriculum. All of the salaries will come from there. And then I also saw you had a question about the contractual services as well. And so those are, we're going to be funding enhancements to the HVAC systems in schools, as well as the COVID testing that is currently going on that will support that. We have some partnerships that will continue with like Kids Museum, mental health partnerships, the Trans Ed Academy, and then the compensatory services that Mr. Lowndes talked about.
Thank you. That's a lot of stuff. Anyway, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ms. Silvestri. That's okay.
So we're done with consent items?
Want to move those 3. 9, 9, 9, 15, and 9, 16.
Oh, sorry. Yes. At the end of the meetings, I need a little bit of a reminder. I move approval to move 9, 9, 9, 15, and 9, 16. Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. Thank you. Okay, we are up. Item 10 is for information only. Can I get a motion to move items 11.1 and 11.2 in block?
So can we, I think I have a question about 10.2, if that's.
The legal fees?
Oh, they're just, what's that? Yeah, no?
That's good. No, not.
Oh, okay, sorry.
We'll
I'll
do
second.
it. Okay.
I don't think you don't have to move them though for information purposes.
No, that's what I'm saying. I just.
Sorry.
But I think there are some questions about some of the information presented there.
Correct. I know Mrs. Harris had mentioned she said something too.
You have a question?
I was just curious about the increase in the legal fees report.
May I respond?
Go ahead, Ms. Williams.
Yes, good afternoon. We have had the opportunity to speak. I think I'm frozen. Am I coming through okay? I'm getting some feedback here. My apologies. We have had some time to take a look briefly to look at the fees, the questions about the fees. We've had an uptick in a number of areas these last several months as we have experienced our COVID, where we have experienced some particular requests for services that have been unique to the COVID environment, which required, as they were appealed in the due process context, that required additional research and resources, which added to our fees. We also have an increase in the number of cases in which were found in favor of Montgomery County in the administrative hearing, in favor of Montgomery County Public Schools in the administrative hearings process, that have been appealed to the district court. So some of those cases have carried over even prior to the start of this school year, this fiscal year. So we are carrying over a number of cases and that are now in the district court, which has an increased cost to us more than the administrative hearings. And it's an increase in the number of cases in that regard. We also there have been some changes in the way that transcripts and other things that are usually shared costs between the parties are no longer being shared. And so they come at a significant cost to the district that has increased increased our fees. And we will are continuing to evaluate the services that we procure from outside counsel and cost structure and so forth, so that we can increase the efficiency and cost effectiveness of the services that we are providing. That's an ongoing process. Happy to provide further details if necessary to board members.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
So can I get a motion for item 11.1 and 11.2? No, because that was information only.
So move 11.1, 11.2, and 11.3.
No, not 11.3, just 11.1 and 11.2.
Move 11.1, 11.2. Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. Does anyone have any new business under 11.3?
I'm not sure that this is new business, but I'm still hearing from principals about the hiring for summer school. Yeah. And I know staff has already met with the board of directors of MCAP, but maybe we need to do that again to reassure them that, their programs are going to be staffed. Thanks.
Okay, so item number 12.
Did you want to speak?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to acknowledge Dr. Daka's comments. Yes, we will definitely follow up, Dr. Daka. Ms. Hazel, Dr. Wilson, and Dr. Nixon will be working together and working with the principals so that they understand some of the measures that we will be taking moving forward to make sure their programs are staffed. So we are on that and we'll follow up. Thank you.
Okay, item 12 is information only. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
All in favor, raise your hand. And that is unanimous. We are adjourned.